Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another section of 90 Minutes Africa. We are only going to be reacting to what already have been talked about earlier on this same broadcast. We earlier had Professor Chidi Odinkalu, whom almost everybody in Nigeria loves, and his views are well known out there. In fact, if you follow the Nigerian news, Chidi Odinkalu is not a new name. It's almost like a household name right now in the southeast, south, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the middle belt. So today we had a very interesting session with him, and we're going to be looking at part of what he talked about. We're also going to dive into one or two stories that is making the headlines in Nigeria. And, and yes, we will start from there. Of course, some of the topic that we discussed earlier was the topic of the governor of Anambra State, His Excellency, Professor Soludo. Somebody said, I don't know how to call Soludo. So I hope I call it very well this time. Soludo. The only unfortunate thing about Ocho is Soludo now in Anambra State. Since I have Soludo, let him follow Udo and do what Ndena Soludo name. You don't bear Soludo, then Gane Buta Ara. Ebukwana nna gị bụ ọchịagha ayamana ịna-achịtara ya agha nna ga bụ ọchịagha ọ bụ Soludo sokwana udo na ka ṅụọ mmiri dịsa okolala. So on that faithful and very personal remarks from me to him, we'll start today broadcast, and we are going to just quickly also touch on one or two other things I want to discuss. If you like, I say from my own bias, I don't, it's okay. Every journalist reports from bias or the other. I don't think there's any news outlet or any journalist out there who does not report events from his own biases. I mean, every computer operates on a motherboard. So the motherboard which you have, you cannot operate outside of it. So those of us who have seen things that Nigeria has been able to give us and our parents, we can see certain things and determine where it's going to stop. Oscar Black Bones, please give me $5 so I can I can follow your directives. If not, when I finish with him today, go. Okay, it's good to have all of you around, and let's go there, as they will say in the Nigerian palace. Today, I would like to, as you know, once in my life I was an actor, and I acted very well. If you know me, so I will start from that story, and then we'll gradually move into what Prof discussed this afternoon rather. Let us see this video, and then we can discuss that later.
Major story has just broken that is shaking the Nigerian entertainment industry and the entire nation. Stanley Amadi, a well-known Nollywood actor and filmmaker, has been arrested facing serious allegations of involvement in a coup plot to overthrow President Bola Tinubu's government. This is not a movie script. This is real life, and the details emerging are absolutely shocking. Stanley Amadi is not just any random person in the film industry. he has built a solid reputation over the years as an actor, director, and production manager. He directed films like The Album and Tiger King, produced Cornerstone in 2019, and appeared in Once Upon a Dream in 2024. He was also the former chairman of the Actors Guild of Nigeria's Enugu State chapter. This makes his arrest even more surprising and dramatic. According to reports from January 2026, Stanley Amadi was arrested back in September 2025, but his involvement was only just made public now. He was picked up alongside several military officers accused of planning a violent overthrow of the federal government. The most disturbing part is what investigators are saying about his role. Security sources claim Amadi was recruited by the alleged coup plotters to serve as a propagandist. His job, according to these allegations, was to shape public messaging and help gain support for the planned takeover. Someone from the entertainment world who knows how to tell stories and influence audiences, allegedly being used to sell a coup to the Nigerian people. The plot goes even deeper. According to allegations, this was not just about removing President Tinubu through force. The suspected conspirators reportedly had an assassination list that included President Bola Tinubu himself, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. This was allegedly a plan to wipe out the entire leadership structure of Nigeria in one violent sweep. How was this plot uncovered? In late September 2025, as President Tinubu was traveling to Imo State for an official visit, a military officer with direct knowledge of the coup plot contacted the then Chief of Army Staff, Olufemi Oluyede, and blew the whistle on the entire operation. That single act of courage likely saved lives and prevented a national disaster. On September 30th, 2025, security forces launched a coordinated operation. The Department of State Services and the Army headquarters worked together to arrest the main suspects. When President Tinubu was briefed, sources say he was visibly shaken. He immediately ordered the cancellation of the October 1st, 2025 Independence Day parade. Many Nigerians were wondering why the parade was suddenly cancelled, and now we know the real reason. If you are enjoying this video and want to stay updated on all the latest news from Nigeria, please hit that like button and subscribe to this channel. Your support helps us continue bringing you the most important stories.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome once again, and I will run a bit of a comment on that story before we move on. Now, you notice how an Igbo man's name has been introduced in the picture. All of a sudden, the narrative and the Western press have run amok the story. Now, this is a producer, Stanley Amadi. And this producer, I think if you want to rank him, he will not be up to the rank of maybe a colonel. But you have senior army officers who were involved in this northern coup. The press have not called it northern coup. The press have found no reason to elaborate on this story. They've spoken on it hush, 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 hush. But now, one escapee had been caught in it, Stanley. And all of a sudden, the whole of the media are now basing their story on just a dot in the circle, because Stanley Amadi is now mentioned. Now, the reason for the tying that story to mentioning all the people that have been marked out to be eliminated and bringing Stanley into it is no other than to drive the story to see how wicked this Stanley man is, and consequently what he has planned to do to a Yoruba-led government. Gentlemen, whether you like to see the truth or not, that is the reason. You didn't write the story to anchor it on the coup leader. You didn't write a story to anchor it on the military personnel who were going to carry out the instruction. You anchored it, or he anchored it, or they anchored it on a simple script writer called Stanley, whom we don't even know of what his involvement was going to be, apart from what they have told us. You see how we say that, those of us who say the one Nigeria is but a hoax, what it is. You didn't say the main actors. You have not named it a northern coup, because almost everybody who is a participant is from the north. But we're still talking about the Igbo coup of 1966. We say the Igbo of 1966, yet we say Delta State is not an Igbo state. But the man who carried out the coup is an Igbo man. He's from where? Delta State. But Delta is not Igbo. You see the contradiction of Nigeria? You see the contradiction of Nigeria. I'm ready to tell you it's an Igbo coup, but they will not accept that Delta State is an Igbo state. But the Igbos will suffer for the action of a man from Delta State. We should bear the brunt of that, and consequently should not be forgiven or that's nothing to even constantly or consequently be punished for it. So what's my drive today? I just want you to pay attention to how that story has been framed. And in fact, I only picked out this one. There are several other of such stories on the internet that have framed the same thing, framed the same narrative, to bring Stanley to be the main culprit. In fact, they wanted, if it's possible, they would have said he's the leader of the coup. Okay? So that the story will be sweet. You know, if you have a gusi ogbono, okra, and you have all the crayfish, and you don't have uporoko and offense and the small dry fish, they're sweet. So they have to bring this man and pin him in. Well, I am not saying I'm not for him. If he's part of the coup, let him face the consequence. But let's not find a way to bring the Igbo question into it, because that's the only time the story is complete. When you don't have an Igbo man yet in the scheme of things, it's not complete. All right, so I'll leave that to you guys to make your input when you come in, but that's part of what we discussed today. And you also have the opportunity to tell us what you think about it. Now, the other story, which is on a very more sad note, I was waiting for Show to help me with the video, but I don't think Show is available. So we'll just go on with the story. If we have the video, again, we'll play later on. So you see why I feel so sad. On a very sad note, we were able to see the passing of a young talent, a Nigerian of status, who would have been something that the world, another star from Africa, from Nigeria. She would have represented us in many ways, that we may not even be able to imagine today. But again, Nigeria has happened to her. This is the young lady who, by all standards, sings like any other superstar around the world. She's just 26. And a very sad story indeed occurred yesterday. She was bitten by a snake in her house. She walked herself to the hospital, having tied the point where the snake bit her. Went to the first hospital. They said they didn't have venom, snake venom. In the national hospital, they didn't have snake venom. She went to the second hospital. They were rather asking her numerous questions, and I'm quoting the account of her sister, who was on the phone with her until she passed. They were asking her questions, and the place where she has tied where she tied her hand from the where the snake had bitten her, they loosened the rope, giving her what? Giving her drip. Nigeria, once you don't reach hospital, they never give you drip, they never start treatment. They started giving her drip, and eventually from that point, she became, started losing consciousness, and eventually that was the end of this young, brilliant mind. 26 years old. 26 years old. When shall these things come to an end? These things, wonderful, very stories you cannot hear any other place. 26 years old, who walked herself to the hospital, is not going to walk out with her 2 legs. Sometimes you wonder, what is the nation that we really have? 2 government hospitals do not have venom, snake venom. Do not have snake venom. I want that to, to sink in. 2 hospitals do not have snake venom in a country where snakes are almost everywhere. There is a snake venom making what they call them now, laboratory somewhere in Vaughan, somewhere around around Bauchi State, between Bauchi and Plateau State. I've just done a story there that makes vaccines. Now, you want to tell me that this family will forgive Nigeria for the loss of this life? Do you want to tell me that we also as Nigerians who can sleep with our eyes closed and be grateful that we are living as human beings? It's so sad. Not too long ago, a young lady was thrown out of her house. According to them, they say she jumped by herself. There's journalists in Arise News. The same lady who came to serve. This lady's life have just been sniffed out of her, all her dreams and aspirations. I wish I could get that video where she was singing, so that you guys will know that we're not only lost a human being, we have lost somebody who God has called to showcase, the beauty of God in singing, because she sings Christian music. So my heart goes out, and on behalf of all of us here, we want to say, may God give the family the heart to bear this irreparable loss. And I cannot say that it's a will of God that she will leave us at this time. It's the wickedness of man. And that man is Nigerian government. There's no other way to put it. Nobody has the right to take to cause anybody to die. And this is so sad. On behalf of us here we say, may God give Nigeria the wisdom to overcome her challenges. May God give all of us and the wisdom to bring solution to what should be done to such a wicked generation. It's not easy, but may her soul rest in peace. Amen. Okay, on that faithful note, I will now invite people because I have a full house. I invite all of you to come in. I start with Oti, who came first. Welcome, Mr. Oti. Oti.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, KJ.
Yeah, we'll hear from you because it's good.
It was a long time. Sorry?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you're a lawyer. You tell us if it's good for. Okay, you are a Soludo man, so it's good. You tell us why it is right to be harassing traders. But first of all, what do you think about this story of this young lady who have just gone to be with the law?
It's a tragedy, I mean, it's just what more can one say? It's yes, it's a tragedy. All right, is that's Nigeria happening to her? Our system is that is the problem. These things shouldn't be happening. In a normal place. Okay, so I mean, anybody can sentimentalize it, or nothing will bring her back to life. She's dead. It's a pity, a tragedy. So let's only hope and work to have a better place, to make our place livable. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Not be having these stories. You see what I mean? So it doesn't matter how we cry over it. It's happened. I can tell you there's one issue I want to, if you like, interrogate, right? Something from the previous section.
Yes.
I don't like people just talk. Sometimes we talk without.
If you give me 1 minute,
I'll mention it, and then I leave it with you. Okay, well, anyway, just go ahead.
Okay, so when I get them in and the initial list, I'll come back to you.
Good.
Okay. All right. Chris, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. So, um, my take on the previous session.
No. Don't go there yet. I
Okay.
opened with a young lady who just lost her life in a very tragic and unfortunate
Oh,
way in a
you
nation.
know,
Two government hospitals, national hospitals, do not have neck,
this.
neck venom.
Yes, yes, it's now a statistic. It's a statistic in Nigeria. So this has always been the case in Nigeria. I mean, you keep on counting, and there's no end to this, except, they do the right thing and reorganize Nigeria out of existence to save life. You know, um, it couldn't have happened if there is a system, because the whole thing about life in Nigeria doesn't matter. Life doesn't matter to the politicians in Nigeria. What matters to them is being in power. And as long as that remains the case, we will have all these things. Just today, tomorrow, you are going to see another case. So, I mean, I just don't like
Right.
reporting these things because they are
Thank
always
you.
there. I mean,
All
individually.
right. Thank you so much. But we need to talk about it. Maybe the more we talk about, the more they can be able to listen. Yeah, I stay humble. Did you see that very interesting, or rather very very sad story? Because it's not interesting.
Yeah, so I woke up this morning to very shocking news because it's a news that dominated my group's WhatsApp our WhatsApp group, this morning. And up till now, there are loads of messages. Yeah, I'm just struggling to read them. Snake bite, I think was one of the topics I I gave a talk on during my national youth service. Yeah, among many other disease conditions I talked about then. Um, one of the challenges we have in Nigeria is that the Nigerian people are not so versed when it comes to health information. Health education is still lacking. There is paucity of knowledge regarding health, and that's why there is still little advocacy. We talk about a lot of things in Nigeria, but little is talked about health. And that is because Nigerians don't know so much about health. When you talk about health in Nigeria, the only conversation that crops up is, oh, that doctors have left Nigeria. There are no doctors, there are no nurses. But that is not that is just a tip of the iceberg. That is just a scratch. There are very, very, very serious problems in health. We lack health infrastructure. We lack even the storage, because without infrastructure, without electricity, how can you store the vaccines? How can you store the antivenoms? So those are some of the problems. We lack critical health infrastructure, even the basic ones. So there are so many issues in the Nigerian system. And usually, when things happen, when tragic incidents like this happen, that's when you will see the outcry. And then after some days, the whole thing dies down. Nobody follows it up due to the fact that Nigerians have not um, bother to, know better about healthcare. So, because if they know, you see, even our journalists, when you read Sahara reporters, when they do an investigation about health and you read it, you see these basic errors that they make, and then you just pick up the article and read and be like, who wrote this? This is absolute nonsense. The pronunciations of things, the terminologies. See, it's not far-fetched. You must not be a doctor or a nurse to get these things right. These are basics that when you go to the streets of Birmingham or Norwich,
Stay
the
humble. Is
common
this is all
people.
of this not just part of the third system? So
Okay, stay on.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
what is there to discuss?
I'm
The
sure
third system.
we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Yeah. My brother John Abbas. Yes, sir, John Abbas,
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. I just forwarded a picture, a photo, funeral uh, arrangement of my um, cousin brother to you that died for uh, was buried yesterday. The family compound in our village for just appendix operation. So when you are a victim, uh, no ramification uh, means your your primary interest comes first, and when you are a victim, it comes from a different perspective than just to speak to issue of what is happening in the society. How can appendix that they can just operate uh, um, young man that is doing well for himself in Nigerian standard, less than 30 years, have a wife, 3 kids. It's this new generation roofer who does so much for himself. Have houses, have uh, tenants, and have his own house to himself. Died just for operation of appendix. It will be disingenuous to me not to honor and talk about him and talking about somebody which is all lost is lost. And my condolences to those family. Um, if you something is singing, or I'm hearing music, is that because of my ear or something?
No,
Uh,
go ahead, John Abbas. It's my phone. Somebody trying to call.
okay, okay.
Go ahead.
So if you are a victim of this Nigerian quack system from the bottom to the top, and from the top to the bottom. And it's all lack of system. It's lack of functioning government. Because when people know the consequences of their actions, they will think twice before they take it. But in a country where somebody called auxiliary nurse or nurse assistants can claim to be a doctor and carry out any operation and build a place and uh, I mean, it's the people themselves. But what the check and balance is the system is that every human being want to play smart, but you will think twice because if you are arrested, you will face some time in jail. So the fact that we have a quack system, if you summon the Minister of Health today and then go to that place and say, why is this practice going on? He will tell you he don't know. So who give these people license? How do you operate on people? You will be giving some excuses that it's not a Holy Spirit to be everywhere at the same time. I see all kind of a system that is never accountable to anything. So that's why for me, I want the system to go to ground zero and let's start building Nigeria all over again so that people will know that if they go the wrong way or play that game, if you catch up with them, they will face the consequences. So to me, understand the regional zoning and empowering each zone to themselves. But I also believe that in our society, when I was growing up, there is conscience. There is people have conscience that before you talk of doing anything to someone, you look at yourself on the mirror and say that if I do this thing, what if somebody do it to me? But now everybody is just desperate. They don't care about life. They care about surviving and whatever they can do to survive and to make that money to live. Because our society do not even respect honesty and those that work so hard. They respect those people who can cut corner and pretend to be big and pretend to be something that they are not. So my condolences to their family, but like I say, and I send you the picture, this about that I lost. It bear our grandfather's name. I lost tragically because of appendix. And this is not the first time. I've lost another young lady, a young police officer, my aunt's daughter. She called me before she went to hospital, and this is loot in Lagos. And the amazing thing in Awata, she died when they killed her, whatever they did. They are offering us 10,000 naira. When my uncle called, they say, "Come, she died. Come on." A young girl in her 20 with life and energy called me. I'm having headache. I'm feeling otherwise. This so I'm a victim because I'm from a big family. I'm a victim of Nigerian in every ramification. So until we put our art together, this is bound to happen, and it can happen to anyone.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much, Janaba. I really appreciate it. But we also showed I've already showed the picture that you sent to me of your brother, who is just 35 years old. 35 years old young man who is not begging for government assistance but working for himself. And the system failed him. Of course, you can't provide hospital for yourself, and that was one of my biggest fear in Nigeria. If something happens to you and you go to the hospital, what will happen? And look at these are young people, just useless stories. Even mere appendicitis that they don't even put people to sleep in other nations. It's a simple operation they do without, I mean, you don't even need any. I don't know what to say. Mr. Tony, welcome. Maybe you have something to tell us that is the reason why young men and life is no longer important to the practitioners who sign what they call it now. There's a signature that the doctors sign when they are getting your oath. That life is sacrosanct, and at every level you do everything possible to prevent life from being lost. Yeah, stay humble. I hope I'm right on that. But let Tony talk.
It's called Hippocratic oath or something like that.
Okay, whatever the oath is just to make sure that life is sacrosanct and must be kept, prevented. In other clients, they will do everything possible to stop you from dying. You know, there are even some people whose lives are being part to the point that they have their hearts are their majority parts of their hearts are even in machines that are keeping them going, and the people fight to keep them going. So, talk more of young men. A young man, 35, who is already doing well for himself. A young lady, 26, who is already doing well for herself. And this is the story we are told. A snake venom, anti-snake venom they didn't have in a nation full of snakes. Tony, what do you say to that?
Greetings, KJ. Greetings, my brothers, OT, Chris, Stay Humble, John Abba, Recolonization. I greet all of you and everybody listening. Yeah, it's waiting they go, waiting they know they see for Nigeria these days. It's one of the greatest challenges that we have is the condition of our health facilities. They are almost decrepit. The politicians don't see any need to do something about it. Your president is always going to France to have his treatment. He has not thought it wise to even do an Ike house, there in Lagos, so that they upgrade it, so that the common people can, if you get money to go to the UK or outside Nigeria or France to get at least basic treatment for whatever conditions that they have. The sad thing is not that people don't die abroad. People die, people go to hospital and they die. They make mistakes sometimes. But the system is structured in such a way that if it happens, that doctor or that hospital has an explanation to make. And if they don't take time, they'll be sanctioned if they are found to be culpable. Chimamanda was in Nigeria, for Christmas, and he lost his son. That should, something that should not have happened at all. And I think she's in court now over the way that, the whatever was administered was handled. So the case of Nigeria is serious. I last year or last 2 years, I lost some very, very great friends. Some of them you would know. One of them used to be in Patito gang. Patito was a student or used to teach in Lagos Business School. Prostrate. I lost another friend to a consultant, a young man. Prostrate. If you, and there's so many cases, when if you tell people that to begin to enumerate their experiences, those of us who stay abroad, every time we go to Nigeria, our greatest prayer, one of my prayer is, please make a no sick, whether not headache, whether not this thing, even common malaria. If you go to hospital one, they will diagnose and say it is typhoid. You go another place, they will tell you it's this one. You go another place to tell you. All of them will give you all different diagnoses where they could give you, and they'll be treating the wrong things. I had an uncle who came on holiday from the UK, came home, just to stay. Then he took ill. They took him to hospital. They don't get bed, first of all, where they go put him. Before they could contact his children to make arrangements so that they go, stabilize them and then, send him, fly him abroad to the UK. He died. So it mirrors the kind of society that we have. Life doesn't mean anything to anybody. And then even when it happens, you would find people trying to cover it up. I have somebody in relation, I don't know mention them. Yeah, now only one child now if you get, because in UCH, a doctor that performed the operation when she wanted to deliver left the scissors inside her womb and stitched it. And they didn't know there was pain, she was going all around, they didn't know the thing don't begin decay. Eventually that woman, only one child where he figured now he get. And this is the professor. He was drunk when he was doing the operation. So I mean, if you listen to certain things that happen in Nigeria, you just wonder, how did we get this bad? How did we? And yet we have experts. Why is it that the administration, at every level has just gone? It's like I don't care. Nobody wants to supervise anybody. Nobody wants to do any. And even when they're busy fighting themselves, I've been to Lut. I was in Lut. I had a case, a case where I lost my sister, my immediate younger elder sister. You see the things that happen. You see Nigerians there. We had to even donate money for some people. You weep. You weep. People are coming from Enugu to Lut to treat the cancer and all those things. You go here, the facilities are falling down. I mean, they are not working and so on. I mean, it's so sad. Obasanjo equipped Lut. Less than 1 month after he equipped that thing, all the equipment gone. This country is sick. It's sick. And the point is that nobody's penalized. Nothing happens. Everybody just goes on business as usual.
Moderator, can I ask you something? I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you? Can I just now? So we know these stories are familiar. I mean, the situation. I'm just wondering what indulging in them, kind of this moaning and bemoaning, and what does it profit us? So shouldn't we rather perhaps have serious discussion, challenge ourselves, think about how do we How do we move forward? How do we solve some of these problems, these systemic problems? I mean, talking about all this, what's the point?
Okay.
I mean, we spend hours and hours here, but nothing really, nothing concrete. It's just
okay. I
don't
thought you asked
understand.
me a question.
God,
You asked me a question, right?
go on, please help me.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the point of all this? I mean, the discussion we're having.
Okay, I will tell you.
Go on.
Just calm down, Mr. Oti. The point is that these are normal human beings like us. And these tragedies that are happening are continuously happening. We will sympathize or empathize with those who have lost loved ones. We will bring it to the fore of the media that these things are talked about. That's the only way to get to the ears of those who are responsible, who will call them to question. You and I, even if we come here now and provide solution, that solution will remain on this channel. It's not going to go beyond this channel, except those who are in position of authority. We take it and act on it. So we are saying that we do not condone or will not support the loss of innocent people. If they are 80 years old, 90 years old, and they're using Nigerian money to maintain themselves, and then you are telling me there's nothing to discuss when 35 years old men are being lost, 26 years old women are being lost. This is not the first, not the second, not the 10th, not the fourth, not the fifth. This last year alone, we know how many of such incidents happened. You don't think it warrants being discussed?
Well, to me, it's just the amount of time we devote to it. Okay, and
people are making their contribution. Let them speak now. After that, we'll go into the listing. I don't think there's much time. You see, this is the
thing. It's like we don't.
This thing you said was not the reason why I had problem with my.
It does seem that we don't have any kind of value for time. We just hours and hours talking banality.
The only reason why time is important to us is because we are alive. If
yes, we are alive, and we have to make the best use of the time available to us. We don't have all the time in the world.
We are using is, for me, it's very profitable to talk about these young people and this, because if you are a member of that family, you will not be saying what you're saying.
Well, it's a pity.
Because people actually say,
it doesn't matter how much we discuss them.
It doesn't matter, because the Igbos have a proverb that when they are carrying another man's corpse, it look as if you are carrying firewood. If it's in your family, you would like us to talk about it for 24 hours. So don't rush us, please. We are Africans. We are not Oyibo. Oyibo people may not be mourning their dead. We mourn our own dead, and the Bible said you should mourn let the dead. There's a time to mourn the dead. You mourn the dead. That's what we are doing, okay. Oti. All right. Having said that,
KJ, let me just end by saying that the only way to solve a problem or to find solutions to a problem is to discuss it.
Simple. That's all that way now. I want to each other.
I yield. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Stay. Recolonization. Go ahead.
Thank you again. Good evening, everybody, and I greet everybody. You see, KJ. When you see people like Oti, I'm not trying to attack him, but I like to
attack me because I'm going to attack you. I'm happy you're here. Yeah. Attack me now. I'm going to attack you. I can tell you now.
Okay. Please calm down. No, listen. We have a lot of issues to discuss. Let's not start with attack, because some people already attacking me for the comments.
I just want to remind Oti that he's here mostly to challenge what somebody says.
Correct.
And when a man like him is like that, you see that there are people like educated illiterates. They don't know what to say. And when somebody says something, now that's one they want to talk about. Instead of them to say they know, to bring their own perspective. No. Now letting somebody talk being problem. So let I go to the thing where we talk about. You see, first of all, I came here with my name, Daniel. Then suddenly, because what we are saying here, if we don't talk, Mr. Tony said it, if we don't talk about something, how do we find a solution? Nigeria has been kept in darkness for many years. If not this technology now, where we say somebody like me go feed the talk. Now NTA we they listen to now, all those kind of people. Anything where they tell us, we go agree. Now, let me come to the matter now. You see, later I can't change to revolution because of the talkings. Because there's a way you go listen to the cries of a child. You go come say, okay, what's be the problem? If na hungry, say the catch am, if you put am for pocket, give am food, he go chop. He go stop to the cry. You see now, when we come to revolution, people like Mr. Oti challenged here too. What kind of revolution are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Now we change them now. So, okay, we understand Nigeria no one die. Okay, we say recolonization. Some inside don't attack me for that one. No. I can't tell them, say, we go stay in a condition, we talk about it all the time. Can you imagine a 26 years old girl dying, snake bite, and we go say we come from Nigeria, country with flowing with milk and honey. And maybe, as you said, somebody was saying, is it Tony, say Obasanjo equip loot. Some people go there, pack all the thing where them put down to treat human beings. This thing where kill that girl, that maybe one man don't pack them, go keep for private hospital for big men, children, where snake no go bite. So what we are telling Nigeria is, and my own contribution to issues like this is, please, people like Oti should allow people to talk. If you are comfortable in living in London or wherever you live, not everybody get that comfort to fit escape from this problem where they happen for Nigeria. So if we are talking about it to the level of somebody like me, will be non-entity, when I come to people like you, I have nobody to you. So who will you? Can you listen to me if you see me on the street? Look at this dirty Rasta man, blah blah blah. If I get the opportunity through this kind of site to contribute to my quota, I get very frustrated when somebody is telling you we are wasting your time talking this and that. But when we bring solution here, the same person will tell you that what you are saying is rubbish. Don't talk about it. And then the solution in Nigeria will continue to flow. People go, they die. All this one, what will they hear now? Adam, that lady where ride that yellow sun, something where his son die. Is it not because he's a big woman? Maybe this person now, where died, this girl now, because she's a celebrity singer or upcoming rising star. But what of the people where they die every day where nobody know them?
I agree. I agree with you.
Let me end with this before the main show starts. That is why we continue to speak. Whether they say the truth is an offense, but not a sin. So there are people in Nigeria, when they don't eat belly food, like Oti, when they don't eat belly food, they no one know whether their neighbor survive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And we end this discussion with just what Real Revolution have said, Real Colonization have said, and which is that we will keep saying these things because we're not saying it only because of these two individuals who are portrayed today, but because there are many others who do not have the opportunity to be heard. For instance, this young man, John Abba's brother, who never have heard about his case, is because John Abba is on this platform, and so he has brought it up. And so we know now that we lost a young man, 35 years old, because of common appendicitis. Appendicitis that couldn't be performed in a Nigerian hospital. And then we are saying we shouldn't talk about it. The lady in question, hold on. No, you can't talk now. The lady in question is if Nanya, she's what? It's because also she is well known by her musical listening, her talent. I brought her to the fore. There are many Ifunanyas out there who may never know, who probably also lose their life on circumstances that are preventable. These are preventable circumstances. That's why we are saying that if we are ready to run a nation, these things are things that people should not lose their life because of. They are too insignificant for people to be dying. I mean, there's a place in Bauchi, I say it again, where they make snake venoms of snake. That is the special place where they just manufacture those things. And so there's no reason why this lady would be lost. And then what's the other one? This guy's operation is a very simple procedure. Okay? But however, let's leave it at that and move on. Okay?
Are you going to give me just 1 minute to give a perspective to an issue here? Because I know that there are many people that are watching us, and I don't want them to go home with the wrong information or insight. So what happens is that sometimes we go away with this notion that the federal government has equipped so and so. So between 2010 and 2014, the government of Goodluck Jonathan, they started this project of centers for excellence in some specialties. LUT was a center for excellence in renal issues. So University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital was the center for excellence in heart surgeries and the rest. Okay. Coming to that, so the federal government will usually take credit for the numerous open heart surgeries that were done in UNTH that period. But when you now look at it, what equipment did they provide? So they will give contracts. The federal government will announce, that we've awarded or we've budgeted so and so billion for this and this. And they will give contracts to their cronies, to all these corrupt politicians. And you come to that hospital, there is nothing on ground. So if you interact with people on ground, you discover that there is not much that was done. And people that came in from the UK, from then Ireland, that came to do those open heart surgeries, most of them brought in their own equipment. And there were people that trained in the University of Nigeria who were giving back to their school. They brought in personnel, they brought in equipment from their hospitals, and they performed those surgeries. But federal government will take credit for those open heart surgeries that we had done, because so many patients were recruited from across the country, because it was the only center doing open heart surgeries then. So sometimes when we claim that federal government has done this or that, that people not go with the impression that federal government is providing those facilities. Even people that are training in this UK, even people that are practicing here, I used to say, if you remove all the doctors that are practicing in LUT, for example, overnight, and replace them with doctors from Germany, UK, United States, most of the patients will not make it the next morning, because even the personnel that we criticize in Nigeria, they give more than their best, given the facilities that they are provided to practice with. So if we have time, again, next time, we'll go in detail into what the problems are in the health sector.
All right.
And the solutions to them.
Okay. Thank you so much for that background. I say once more, yes, I know that we may not have all that we need, but there are certain things that must be avoided, these kind of things. And someone was saying that the best way to stop circulation when there's a snake bite is to reduce movement. But in a nation where you don't have 911, you don't have those, you cannot reduce movement, but you have to find a way. But you see, many years ago when I was in the Boy Scout at Mano Bay, and because we do a lot of hiking and all that, you are told the first aid to do when you have a snake bite is to band the place up until you get to the nearest hospital, which is what she did. She was able to band the place, or whether that's the right practice or not. At least for us at that time, it was that it will reduce the constant flow of or rather the circulation of the venom until you can now be able to get to a hospital that people have an understanding of what to do. And unfortunately, this didn't work. In fact, when they removed, according to her sister's testimony, when they removed that ban, that was when the lady started losing consciousness. Before that time, she was all okay. She was talking on the phone with her and speaking well until they said, why did you ban? They're losing the ban. That's when the effect of the whatever became more. Whether that is true or not, that's what's out there for people to read. All right, let's move on. We are coming to what Oti have been waiting for. Oti, you followed Chidi Odinkalu's interview. You heard everything he said. Let us start from the issue of Soludo, Chukwuma Soludo, right? I think that's what you're more interested in.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't want to discuss it. At least not for now. There's something else I want to discuss. Okay.
Okay, what do you want to discuss? Okay, let's discuss there. Let's go
Okay.
there.
Now, so first of all, as a kind of, if like, prefatory remark, I'm not against discussion, okay, of any sort, but it depends on what we're discussing and how we're discussing the subject matter. Okay. Now, for example, Stay Humble, his last account, it was informative, educative. Somebody can learn something from that. Okay, that is quite. So it's not just a discussion for the sake of discussion. It has to be reasonable. It has to be constructive. It has to be like, I mean, solution oriented. I'm not just interested in kind of accounts. And by the way, these things that are no news to people in Nigeria. Okay, the deplorable state of medical care, the infrastructure, it's not news. I don't, no average Nigerian, doesn't know that our hospitals are kind of a death trap. Okay, so really, it's that people die when they go to hospital. That nothing, no medicine. It's commonplace, common knowledge, right? So there's something there now. Kind of we're having the discussion. Is to me, right? We can have them, but how profitable? I don't know. But anyway,
Okay.
So what I want to talk about is this.
Okay, let me answer you before you continue. In yesterday's news, and there are people who live in America here. John, what's his name now? Don Lemon went to a school, a church, and interrupted the church by trying to, they went there to demonstrate in the church. Demonstration is carried out every day in America, the streets of America. Every day, if you go to the White House, and there are people demonstrating outside. But
okay, now listen.
The national news. Should they
have? No, excuse me. See, listen.
So why did they carry that news? Since every day Americans are in the street.
Listen. Okay, let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you the difference. You see?
Okay, tell me the difference.
That is action. Are you with me? You see?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
No. See, because you're kind of analogy, right? You want to tell me that something has to happen. There was a repetition and the persistence, not giving up. But I'm telling you, that of the guy you mentioned, what is happening there is different. It's action. That they are doing something. They're not just talking, right? Or telling stories. Okay. So there's no equivalence. Okay.
I cannot help because since I know CNN, the guy who passed on, what's his name now? The one of the best news anchors of CNN. What's his name now? Don King. Is it somebody King? He never did more than interviewing people and talking about issues. I don't know. Did they ever go to realize those things he was talking about?
No, but he said he was out demonstrating.
No.
Civic action, is he not?
Listen.
And I'm telling you, that is something different from just talking, right?
KJ, we're wasting time. This argument is not going to lead anywhere. OT doesn't make any contribution. He's not out there to criticize people.
No.
You don't. You are always taking people on when they make suggestions, but you would not make any concrete. Okay, what are we supposed to be discussing? You say.
Give us what to discuss now.
By the way, you are wrong to say criticism is a contribution. Okay. You have to probe, interrogate what people talk about. You don't just talking for the sake of talking.
Every time they call you to make a point, to make your this thing, it's to pick on people. You don't make your own contribution. So how are you helping the system? You don't make any contribution. I followed, you here in this platform.
And
it's to pick on, even in your commentary, it's to be attacking people. You are not making. You are not making.
I'm not attacking people. I probe issues. Okay. I don't attack people, okay? I interrogate issues. And you think that is not the contribution?
It's not. They just ask you now. They just ask you now, what's your view on what Odinkalu said about Onitsha, this thing? You won't answer because you were in support of Soludo. But you can't say anything. You can't answer because Professor Odinkalu flawed, your argument totally.
Okay, so let's Tony, calm down.
Let's say flawed my argument totally. What do you mean?
Hold on now. Okay, so it's your turn now, to Oti. Speak.
Sorry, excuse me.
Hold on, please. Calm down. Let us start from the beginning. What do you want to say? Which of the topics, Odinkalu's interview, Soludo's market meeting, or what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about what you want to talk about.
Let me deal with it now. Right. Now, see, because this is, as I said, from the last session, okay? I want somebody to, ask again, is if like critical analysis. I'm not just talking.
You have 5 minutes, whatever you want to say.
Okay, good. Now, now because something that's discussed in last session, about politicians, well, Janaba called it prostitution, political prostitution. So I want to ask, is there something wrong with a politician moving from one party to another? Now, we're not talking about where somebody won an election under a particular platform, and then why the person is still in service, in office, under the mandate, and the person leave that party, join another one. That's something different, okay? I have a reason to kind of be opposed to that. Now, because at least you won that mandate under a particular party. So you owe a duty, since there's issue of loyalty. No, but when a politician has kind of served, or you don't hold any office, you just decide to move from one party to the other. Is there something? What is wrong with that? So, in other words, I put this question in a different way. What is the merit or the virtue in staying with one party, even when that party perhaps do not have any, if like steadfast or recognizable principle or set of policies or ideology, if you like? So why should we have an issue with that? So the reason why I'm posing this question is because a lot have been said here about politicians prostituting, moving from one party to the other, as if remaining with one party is a virtue, is a political virtue. So this is a question I'm posing, and as I said, for me, my kind of talk or discussion is got to be, we have to be analytical. It's not just talking banalities. So now I'll come to Janaba. So Janaba, I just wonder, because Janaba comes from a region, Benue State, where terrorists, Islamic terrorists, that decimate his people. Janaba has never, as far as I know, if like expressed a rage or poured scorn on these people responsible for the deaths and the murderers, deaths, as well as not even condemning the government that is responsible for this, the government that has the responsibility, duty to protect his people. It never seems to be really enraged or critical of the government and their policies or lack thereof. No, but Janaba is so much, perturbed, troubled by, let's say, P2B is a political prostitution. I just want to know. So, Janaba, if you can perhaps, when you have your turn to address, explain to me what is the merit in staying with one party. Well, again, we're not talking about because if it's the issue or question of consistency, right? We can discuss that, and then you have to talk about a politician's consistency in terms of his outlook, in terms of his principles, in terms of his political philosophy, what he believes public service is all about. Okay, in terms of his understanding of duty, public, how he communication, empathy. So these are like traits, characteristics, and qualities of a politician, and then you can begin to really assess, judge a politician based on their character, on their consistency. But if it is a party, as we know it, political parties in Nigeria, I don't know, we don't know them to have, if like, established, ideologies or world view. So now the question becomes, why is that such a major issue that politicians are moving from one party to the other, right? As I said, we have to also differentiate this, a situation where a politician won an election under a particular party, okay, and why in service, why in office, leaves that party to move to another one. So there's an issue of disloyalty, okay? No, but if a politician is not occupying any office, okay, it's just a politician, right? And then moves from one party to the other. Tell me what is wrong with that. And of course, the reason why I'm asking this is just the way you've made such a big issue of it against PSOB. So it's kind of sheer hatred. All right. That is my issue. That's what I want to interrogate. If anybody has kind of explain, clarify the virtue, the merit of being in one party. You may be in one party with all your, if you like, with all your immorality, with all your deficiencies, with all your lack of care, with all your wickedness, and then you're a good politician because you've stayed in one party. Is that how we judge? Is that how we evaluate things? Is that how we think? Is that how we analyze things? So this is my issue.
I would like KJ to give me permission before I say something. I know I know you are directing at me, but KJ, can I say something?
Okay.
Can I respond?
Yes, you can respond, Jonaba. You can respond.
Thank you, OT. Trying to clarify, and in your statement, you have made it clear. It's consistency. If you apply for a job in a certain organizations, they want to look at how long you stay in one job before you go to another job, before you get to another job. There is a credit and a reward for your consistency and for long service in that organization. When it comes to uh, the contents on what I made that comment, is also someone claimed that he's not desperate. If you are not desperate, then you will have all it takes to build a grassroots. And I can tell you for a fact, and I can give you names of many people that I know that are obedient, who believe that Peter Obi will not leave Labour Party. And also on this platform, those who also have expressed themselves that if he goes back, they will not follow him to any other party, that he should stay put. Peter Obi was a PDP to ABGA within the state level. And then he was brought up, his godfather was Atiku, who brought him after his rhetoric of sweet talk that it's always do and good at it, by the way, especially in a gullible society like Nigeria. And he swayed many people with his sweet talk of bread is sold in Anambra or in Onitsha, and the one sold in Sokoto, everybody are suffering it, which by fact, that's not true. You can you can buy your bread. It depends on the quality or the neighborhood where you are selling it. You can sell it higher than any other one. So, but let's leave that behind. So Peter Obi have inconsistent in his political career of jumping. This is our fact that is there. But your question is that what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it is a sign that is nothing wrong, but it's a sign of desperation. And he, in his words, say he's not desperate. If you are not desperate, then build a grassroots. Build a grassroots party. There are people today that if Peter Obi build a party, that they will still stick with him, even if it take more 10 years or 15 years, they will be with him. The guest today said that he gave credit to Tinubu for for stick with APC after 20 years, where others were deflecting, running from one party to another. That is the measure of a man that is articulating and position himself, not a man that desperate rather do or die today. And I believe, in my opinion, there was a movement by the media, NSAS movement that was coming and was well organized by the help of the media today, that people have voices to speak and influence one or two people. That was a big movement. And I think Peter will be coming by packaging by his loyalty, like Dr. Mo, which is from my place, and the rest of them was the one that hijacked that movement. And of course, he's an opportunist.
And
Well,
so, and you think he doesn't deserve the following that he's getting?
When you were
He doesn't deserve
talking,
the following he's getting.
church full in Nigeria is going nowhere.
Sorry?
Churches full in Nigeria by
allow him to
sweet.
speak. You are taking it out of his time.
Churches full in Nigeria, millions. He does
I
not
didn't say
deserve
churches
it.
as full.
No, he does not deserve it. It's a sweet talk of people who are not responsible, who have no foresight, like our people, Nigerian people, who are follow, sweet talk, telling them promise what does not exist and they follow them. Even when people say, oh, follow is antecedent, when you can see black and white, the antecedent of what they are talking does not exist, they blindly or live in denial to say he exists. They are entitled to their own view. I don't question them, but in my opinion, yes, it does not deserve it. If you deserve it, then you die for Nigeria. It's when people say, can you die for what you believe in? He said no before, and now he come back to know that people hear him. Because some people in Nigeria today, is how many people can afford to have data to follow up? It's very few. All those teenagers, yes, they're from here to and there. But the middle class people who care about how to treat their children when they are hungry and how to feed them, are they the people that waste so much money? Except people who also are a beneficiary of the corrupt system in Nigeria who are taking money home. But by merit in Nigeria, nobody can
Okay.
afford to be following. So the notion that Peter Obi, I'm rounding up my brother, following changing party and should not be called a party prostitute. I don't know what you are coming here to defend him for. He's entitled to do that, but that is what I call him. You may not call him that, and you may not see anything wrong with it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jonaba. The trail horn is actually to let you know that your 5 minutes is up. And so the second horn is for you to stop. So I don't have bell, so I'm using train horn. I think I find it interesting. Okay, so the truth of the matter is, and I'm not trying to, say, I'm just trying to moderate so we cannot move on, is that you are saying Peter Obi, it doesn't matter if he decides to move from party to party. After all, Nigerian politicians are moving from party to party. Jonaba is saying, for that matter, yes, but that means you're not portraying what you said you are portraying, which is somebody of character, who is consistent, who is able to stand his ground and not in a hurry or desperate to be. If you're not desperate to be a president, then why running from pillar to post just to get a position? That is valuable. Both your side and his side is valuable. Let's talk as mature people. Look, I love Professor Chidi, okay, but not every view that he canvas that I accept, okay. Not every view, but I love him. I mean, like I said, I can listen to him all day without having any problem. But it's not everything that he puts. If I have to take everything he said, that means I'm not my own person now. So he has certain things I don't agree with, and then I agree with majority of what he says, and that's how we can be friends. None of your friends you accept how they behave, but you can be friends based on the other parts of things that you agree with. Okay, having said that, can we hear from Stay Humble? And yes, let's hear from you. You can start to continue that discussion, or you can also talk about any other part of Professor's interview that you want to take on. I'm particularly interested in the Onitsha market people.
The thing is that sometimes when things happen in Nigeria, we don't get as much information as we need because we don't have the system in place. We don't have. The reason why I'm saying this is that when you said you wanted to end the other topic, you mentioned something which I thought it was okay for me to correct, because it's better for me to even correct it than to talk about the political aspect. Because if I don't correct it, many people may run away with that information because you are a very big man. So people will take your information. So when things happen in Nigeria, because we don't have the system in place, we don't get the information we want to operate with, the police will not be called into action to do their job and to investigate, or the police might not even be available. So they are the people that are supposed to be giving us this information so that we have information to work with. So if I don't have information to work with because of my position, it's not it will not be appropriate for me to take a position. Yeah, because the information is not. But generally speaking, if you have a snake bite, you don't tie the arm or the leg because of the snake bite. Because snake bite is different from a dog bite. If you have a dog bite, what you're afraid of is the rabies virus, which is local. So you can wash away the debris, wash the site of bite as much as you can, so as to reduce the viral load as much as you can. But for snake bites, the issue is the venom, which travels as fast as you can imagine. So, it's not reasonable to apply anything there so as to include the travel of the venom, because it travels as fast as you can imagine. Before you say Jack Robinson, it has reached its destination. So, what you don't want to do is to apply anything there. So if I have a snake bite here and I apply something here, what I'm doing is occluding the arteries. So this part of the body will not receive blood and oxygen, and it stands the risk of dying within those hours. So you don't want to occlude here, because to untie whatever you want to tie a rope or cloth, because of the compromise of circulation. That's one. If you apply something here, you even stand the risk of infecting the site of bite again. It's not reasonable to apply anything.
Sorry, please. So what is the first aid of snake bite? Because what you are telling us now is very wrong. Oh.
Okay, see, hold on, stay humble. I will allow you to talk. Well, here is what I said. I said, many years ago when we were Boy Scouts, of course, I'm not a boy now, so I can't be a scout. Now, when we were Boy Scouts and Mano Bay, at that time, I'm talking about, early 90s, no, early 80s, okay? That was what we were taught, that because we did a lot of hiking and all that, we were told that it is just to hold it to get you to a phase 8 place, not because it's going to stop the anything, but meaning that
What are you
whilst
holding?
hold
The
on,
question is, what are you holding?
the movement of this venom, you correct us, you are the expert here, but the movement of venom travels through the veins. So if you tie down your vein, if you tie down the hand, the movement will no longer be that easy for the snake venom to keep going to, because the snake venom is going to the heart. So the action is to stop it from getting to the heart before you get a medical treatment. So it's better for you to lose a hand than for you to die anyway. That was what that phase 8 this thing was. I mean, we could be wrong. I'm talking about early 90s here and early 80s.
So when you have a snake bite, the snake must not puncture the vein. So there are numerous blood vessels called capillaries. So they help in circulating blood around. And then there are also other smaller veins called venules. So before you say Jack, the venom has gone to wherever it wants to go to. So the venoms will attack the nerves, will attack the muscles. So what the medication does, is to neutralize the effect of the venom, because the venom has gone round the circulation already. Is to neutralize the effect of the venom. So whatever you're tying here, you are compromising blood supply to other parts of the body.
Yeah, so what will you say to this person who has said that the young lady died after visiting 2 hospitals because they have no antivenom? So are they supposed to not have antivenom in a location where snakes are everywhere?
So the thing with the antivenoms is that it is not paracetamol. Right? You don't have many centers with antivenom. Far back in 2011 or so, I remember in Enugu then, the only hospital that had antivenom was University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital was the only hospital that had antivenom. So it's rare, not many hospitals have antivenoms. Most general hospitals don't have antivenoms. So where you're likely to find the antivenoms are the tertiary hospitals in Nigeria.
Okay, so
We
sorry,
don't produce those
well,
things.
tertiary
We don't produce
hospitals.
anything in Nigeria.
This hospital that she was taken to was the medical center, Federal Medical Center. Don't have antivenom. Okay, so you seem to have a lot of knowledge. So let's explore that a bit. What is the function of that venom manufacturing company or industry or laboratory in Bauchi, between Bauchi and Jos? Yeah, between
And Joss.
yes. What do they do? Is it not for production of venom, snake antivenoms, this thing? So how come they don't have it in Nigeria? If you have an understanding, let us have it. Because these are things we are
I think
manufacturing
we
ourselves.
have a high incidence of snake bite injuries in northeast Nigeria. I think there's a town in Gombe State called Katungo, where you have the most venomous snakes. In fact,
Yeah,
it's a snake
they
town.
live under almost every tree.
So in Kaltungo, the federal government built a snake bite center. Also, I remember in 2018 when I gave the talk on snake bite, I think it was one of the things I mentioned then. So the federal government built a center in Kaltungo. So I think it's the largest center in Nigeria.
Yes.
So because of the high incidence of snake bites in Kaltungo and Gombe State generally and Northeast, the federal government has a center there. I think they used to manufacture, I'm not 100% sure if they were producing those antivenoms. Yeah, but you know that the problem with Nigeria is that successive governments may not maintain some of those infrastructure. You know, so right now I don't know, but it's scarce in Nigeria. I can tell you that for sure. It's scarce because even if we produce, we may not produce the quantity that will go around. It should be available in places where there is high prevalence of snake bite, injuries. But again, you never can tell.
So what
But
about those?
if we had ambulance in Nigeria, we had emergency services,
yeah, nothing like that.
I would think that the victim would have been taken to a center where she will receive the appropriate medical care. Yeah, but I will not take a position
hold on.
Because
let us learn from you now. Some people say that if such a thing happened to anybody, they should kill the snake. If they can kill the snake, they should take blood from the snake and put on the spot where it was bitten, and it will go. Is that true?
Yeah, well, there's no evidence.
A situation where they say they should kill the snake, cook it, and make pepper soup and give the person to drink, it will kill the venom. Is that true?
Yeah, again, there is no evidence that it works.
All right, we just need to know these things so people don't go about thinking these things work. These are the days of ignorance. So God was
essentially in places where there is a system already, to identify what kind of snake it is. So if it's a country that is advanced or a society that is advanced, you already know what kind of snake it is. And then if it's not a venomous snake, you may not bother with giving anti-snake venom. You may just treat the symptoms, then etc. and observe the person for a few hours. But if you know, okay, that this is a type of snake, you must need to swing into action immediately. So I think, for example, in the UK here, there's no rabies in the UK. So if someone comes in with a dog bite, you don't even bother with rabies. Anti-rabies vaccine, you don't bother because there's no rabies in the UK.
Okay, so question again for you. How long does it take for fertility to happen when there's a snake bite?
Yeah, it depends on the species of snake. It depends on the species. There are some snakes that may take a few hours. There are some, within an hour, the person has gone to yonder.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Is there any other thing you want to say before move?
So I just want to comment on the issue that we are discussing, the political issue. The reason why I mentioned this one is because people will be Listen, I know that so many people will not agree with what I said because we live in a society in Nigeria. We are still steeped in a lot of ignorance, and people are just reluctant to, gain knowledge. People are reluctant to read. These are things that you can actually easily read, and people don't want to read. There is anti-intellectualism, and people don't even want to be educated. If you're saying the things that they should do, they don't want. But I know that there are some people who would want to. And don't take my word for it. You can do more research
No,
and again.
we come here to learn. So just like we have asked you now, you have given us a good understanding. So we even know that once there's a snake bite, you have very few hours to, you cannot say, especially determine based on, I think this one they say it's a cobra. I don't know how a cobra got into her house.
Yeah,
And
very, very, very interesting times we are living in because
because cobras don't even live around that area in Abuja. I mean, I've not heard of any cobra around there. But
it's,
how a
it
cobra
speaks it speaks volumes about the housing situation in Nigeria. It's possible for her to be bitten by a very dangerous snake, given the fact that we have huge housing deficit. The standard of living is very low. Even people that claim to have high standard, the celebrities, it takes just one incident. It takes just one incident. The celebrities are just one incident away from the poor people. Just one incident. A saying that people used to do then. I think back then in Abuja, they used to say that a doctor is one salary above poverty level. That was back then, like more than 10 years ago. Now I think it's two salaries below poverty, many salaries below poverty level. So the so-called celebrities, the people that are enjoying, even the people that will not speak up because they want to grow their platform, they want to stand a chance of being hired by so and so. They are just one incident away from being that ordinary Nigerian that is at the mercy of whatever Nigeria, presents with.
Thank you so much.
Mm.
Still, we're really informed. Thank you for that enlightenment.
I'm
Um,
not informed of anything he said. He's very slow of what he's explaining. It's not deep in what he's saying, but I like him as a young man talking about he's nothing well informed.
okay, thank you so much, also, Janaba. It's good.
So back to the political issue, because I think John Abbas had some takes and opinions, which I fundamentally disagree with. I usually do not agree with some of his opinions. He mentioned Tinubu. He tried to give Tinubu a God status, to dress him in borrowed robes, and even Prof. Because sometimes they used to say in Christendom that a leader's sin is a leading sin. Because Professor Odinkalu is someone of high status, well celebrated, learned, respected. Sometimes when they take some of these positions, people may misread their intentions and tend to be led astray. Said he was giving credit to a certain Bola Tinubu for sticking to his political party. And we must need to give a context to some of these things. It probably would have been better for Nigerians if Tinubu had gone to the PDP or some other party. Maybe we wouldn't have this cancer we have today. Because when you look at it, you say, what exactly did they stay to build? What exactly did they stay to build? Did they stay to play politics? What I know politics as, what same people define politics as. Or did they stay to build a cult, a cabal that did you know the status of Lagos, like 20, 30 years ago? And do you know where Lagos is supposed to be now? Do you know where Lagos is supposed to be? Did they build a court to impoverish people and you call it, stability, being stable, not being a political prostitute? So you have to look at these things and you have to know that we have young people that are coming up. These people need to know the right things. I keep on saying it. What are we leaving for posterity? What kind of opinions? What kind of debates are we making? They are listening to us, they are looking at us, and we're trying to venerate some of these people. Oh, I give credit, this person has outsmarted this person, and we call it smartness. One blogger, yeah, that I've already blocked, he came up with this, how Tinubu outsmarted, and some of the things he listed as being smart are very, very criminal things. So we have to be very, very careful about what we say and what we pass on to the young people listening to us. So and then when you juxtapose Peter Obi's political history with Tinubu's political history, you look at Peter Obi was in APGA. What was he in APGA for? Was he in APGA to end himself? Was he in APGA to build a cult? Was he in APGA to use it as a bargaining chip for political whatever? He was in politics to contribute his quota to developing his state, to advancing the cause of his people, to providing his people with at least the basic amenities. All right. So when you are looking at this person, what has he done? He's remained in one party. What has he achieved with that one party? Has he elevated the socioeconomic status of his people, of Nigerians, by remaining that way? So why do you remain in one party? What are you building in that party?
Okay.
Now, wait a minute, just one more minute.
Now.
Just one more
Okay.
minute. 1 more minute. Now, when you look at the political structure, the ecosystem in Nigeria, it takes a lot to sustain that party, to sustain your followers. You know the kind of politics we play in Nigeria. Where will you get the money? Are you going to use the money that we use to provide basic health care? Are you going to use the money that you use to provide water, to the basic amenities for your people, to maintain your political structure? I would rather that you move elsewhere and use the money for the good of the people. So till we have that system where people have the principles to stay and then build that party to advance the cause of their people. Let us stop talking about this and that. And Peter Obi is somebody that Nigerians know his history. Nigerians know that he has moved from PDP, as you say, to ABGA, to this or that. And they still say, this is the person that we want. Nigerians know those things. You are not Mungo Park that discovered River Niger.
Okay.
You're saying that he's a prostitute. Nigerians know. And they're still saying, this is the person, this is the character we want to build Nigeria. I will just leave that for now.
Okay, because you have spoken very well, I didn't want you to go, further. Yes.
Please, please, please. I beg you. I know that my brothers are waiting, and I'm going to be very short in response to this because some of the things on talk, and then they talk over me, and they keep dragging. Now, let me tell you clearly, Peter Obi is entitled to whatever he does. That is his life, and this is my opinion, and this is on public record. And to you, the obedient, assured you. Peter Obi is not going to be in 2027. It's not going to be your president. The earlier you settle with it and take a P is better for you. And another thing is that those people who many and I have spoken that they invited him to Dallas here. Most of them that I told them that, oh, it's not going to stay in LP and all of that. They bet with me. I went to one of them, I don't want to mention their name, they are from political family here. I went to the place for some reasons, and he said, "You said so." Say, forget we come here and chat here and there. Another thing is that you can be obedient till you die. That is your own. You make a choice. But then the issue is that he's not offering you anything different. I would prefer Tinubu to die in the office than Peter Obi, because he is a party prostitute, is desperate. Desperate does not going to help us. And by the way, to say about my people that I don't speak for Benue people, I don't have to come here and speak. I'm not hypocrite. If I know what to do behind the scene, I do it. Speaking here, telling you what is going on there will not help the people of Benue. Benue people will fight. They have been there before, and they will still overcome this. And it's not a public thing. You are not rejoicing with them, or you are not happy. I don't think you are happy with the situation with them. But whatever the situation it is, we will overcome it. It's not a public opinion I have to speak. If I speak about it here, what does that one mean? I condemn it, but then what does that one? If I condemn it, then that solves the problem. So Benue people are resilient people that will overcome their issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You were not here yesterday. There was a Benue man. We looked for you. We didn't see you. He's one of those who have been fighting the bull, has taken the bull by the horn. People look for you. I said, my brother Jonaba is not here, but I will represent him all the same. And I was able to ask the question that you would have asked. It's just that it would have been better if you were here, because everybody in the comment section was saying, where is Jonaba? I want him to be here. However, it's okay. That's the truth. We're only going to talk, and but the only reason why, what gives us hope. This morning I was talking with Rudolph, and I said sometimes I feel discouraged even talking about Nigeria, because it doesn't seem to be changing. And he said to me, take courage. Let's just keep talking. That's our own portion. History will remember us as those who spoke when this thing was happening. Someday somebody will see it and make a change. So that's the only hope we have. If you go to church, nobody's actually assuring of heaven. They're only giving you hope that if you do these right things, heaven will come to you. Yes, but at the end of the day, when it's time for you to stand before your maker, that pastor will not be there, or the priest will not be there. It is between you and who you see on the other side. That's what we are doing on this program. Just in case OT doesn't understand that, I'm saying it again. We come, we give hope. That's the only thing the church said. The church doesn't sell money. The church doesn't even sell you long life. It just gives you hope that tomorrow will be better than today. That's all. That's what we are doing. Whether we believe in Nigeria, one Nigeria, which I don't believe, because there's nothing like one Nigeria, or not, we are just selling hope to everybody.
Including the kind of hope Mr. Abba here is giving us, isn't it?
Yes. Abba's hope is hope.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Then we're all lost.
No, we can't be lost. You see, God in his infinite wisdom made all of us to think in a different form. We all can't think the same. If we all were thinking the same, the world would have been full of mad people. So all of us have different way of approaching issues. And then
we have been taking advice from a mad person like OT too, just like Peter Obi said, he learned from a madman on the street.
Okay. How is that? Let's move on. Tony, please go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I think we wasted quite a lot
please,
of time.
Make your choice of any of the topics that you can speak on it.
First of all, we have a doctor, I guess, Dr. Adama, if we're trying to get some enlightenment, some education on how to manage snake bite. I think Dr. Adama is here, and she probably will be in a better position to.
I can't see Dr. Adama on this thing. She's not on the panel.
Well, she used to be on the background. I don't know, but I'm just saying that you have someone in house, who can do a great job for us. But quickly, let me just make some corrections. P2B has been in ABGA, PDP, LP, and now ADC. 4 parties. Ashiwaju has been in SDP, AD, AC, ACN, APC. So if P2B, who has been in 4 parties, is a political prostitute, what would you say about someone who has been even in more parties? The same thing with Atiku. So that if if you label P2B a political prostitute, then Asiwaju is more a political prostitute than P2B. Atiku is more a political political prostitute than Obi. But that's neither here nor there. Everybody has the right to his view and to his what he says, and we have one vote. So anybody can say what he or she likes here. For me, he's entitled or she's entitled, and is not your word is not bond. But that said, I think that if you look at this whole thing that we talk about, I mean, why is this fixation? Why is there always P2B in the news when he came third, and you don't talk about the person who came second? So it keeps bothering me. Why anybody would be bothering about somebody who you say is nothing, is nobody, he's a liar, and so on and so forth. And yet, every time in the news, that's the one they're talking about: P2B, 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 P2B. But let's leave that there. Let's go to the issue. That one is before us. I want to talk about the Anambra issue. I think Prof put it in perspective as far as I'm concerned, because those were the issues that we discussed yesterday, and thank God she touched on it. And I think that the issue is very, very clear. 3 points that he made that we also made yesterday is that, yes, stay at home. When people stay at home, everybody loses. That's true. And nobody, the traders won't like it because they are losing business, they are losing money, and so on and so forth. But if you want to stop that action, it's the same thing that people are talking about. The declaration made by the president when he said, no more subsidy. People basically agree that there's so much corruption in this subsidy regime. A lot of people are using it to make money, just as a lot of people are using this terrorism thing to make money. But it is the approach. So the way Soludo handled it, the manner in which he spoke, which instead of trying to carry the people along to make them see, to understand why they don't open their markets on Monday. And then based on that, you can now prefer a solution, or you can reason together to say, okay, if we do A, B, C, D, would you open the market? But not to come with threats and say, listen, if you don't do this, because at the end of the day, it worsens the situation. Now you can threaten if that's why, if he was asking, I was listening, if he was saying, why didn't he do this thing before the election? If he feels that he's doing the right thing. So I think and that's the problem that we always face, even with our leaders, not just leaders, everywhere. That in trying to diagnose or find a solution to a problem, we don't sit down to understand what the problem is, so that we can properly, prefer solutions that we have that will be long lasting. Okay, so I think that's the place. I'm not sure anybody is saying that staying at home is good, but I think that you have to find out, why are these people staying at home? What are the issues? What are the problems? And then if you understand their problems and their reasons, then you are better placed to address it, so you can get the result that you want. But when you now begin to threaten people, now you cross the line, because you have the powers. That you have the power doesn't mean that you have to use it. And if you are using it, you have to use it in reasonably, and to create solve a solution, because he's not sure that this thing he has done will solve the solution. He's not sure about that. He's not sure. Even if the people begin to open their shops, you don't know what is going to result from it. 3 days ago, they killed people in Ebonyi, beheaded some people's head in Ebonyi State. So we still have a problem of insecurity. And the thing is that the reason why the banks close is that they fear that if they open, some crazy guys could come there and begin to shoot and begin to kill people or begin to rob. There's that fear. So you dispel the fear. So the fact that this thing has continued for this long is an indication that the government has failed. Because that's the responsibility of government. The government failed. And so if he wants to address the inadequacies in them, they didn't create it. I wouldn't say they created it. But if you want to address a problem in a way that you have a lasting solution, in a way that people can buy into it, you have to try and carry them along. And that's the problem that we have generally in the country. Because you take decisions that are not properly thought through, and that you have not done some experimentation. You can say, okay, it's happened here, it's happened there, it's happened there. This is the history, so we can build on this. You haven't tested them. Okay, so I think for me. I think that the professor hit the right notes when he said, yes, Soludo is well intentioned in trying to stop this because nobody is gaining, but the way you do it is the problem. So that's one thing that I see in what the professor said that I buy into. Then what other issues? There are so many other issues that he talked about that I can't remember now, but I just wanted to speak on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Bro Chris, please comment make your comment or comment your opinion.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, once again. Actually, those of us who have been advocating that Nigeria, that Africa will only grow when they go back to their cultural heritage. Because every society grows with her culture. Now, this is the reason why. That is the reason, we say these things because there are a number of issues that when we come here to discuss, you can never be, you can only see them manifesting, as a symptoms of lack of our culture. When I was growing up, there were so many snake bites. There were no a hospital for what is it called, snake venom or whatever. There are ways that our traditions culturally, used to take care of those things. But we have abandoned those things, and now we are depending on the Western system of medication. Now we are unable to meet up with that level the Western world put it on. So that's led to the death of this lady. Now, again, I was asking the professor, about our culture, because the white man that colonized us came and saw that we are democratic, and saw the templates our forefathers left for us, which we could actually use to build a stable society, which they have abandoned. Now, in pursuit of this one Nigeria. And the problem with Nigeria is always incompatible cultural diversity. And there is a law that says the law of the minimum. Nigeria, this law of, there is a principle or the law, they call the law of the minimum. So if in any society that have all these things, it's always the minimum reactant that always controls the reaction. in any chemical reaction. So this is what Nigeria has been suffering. So in order to continue allowing that to, if we continue to allow this, then we start having problem every day that will never be resolved. Now, so I was asking him if Igbos will start discussing, how we could actually have self-determination that Nnamdi Azikiwe first canvassed in 1949. But in answering that, in some of the things he said, I found some contradictions. One is that he is saying that, the problem we have in Igbo land is the problem of leadership. But he also has not realized that the leadership was imposed by the system. So, and we, the Igbos, don't have control of the system. For instance, when he said to us that he knew everything that happened in the case of Imo State. So that shows that the system could actually decide who runs anything, irrespective of what we think. And any attempt by the people to hold account their leaders will always be resisted by the system. For instance, in the case of what is happening in Anambra today, the closing of the market, Soludo just got the second time, his second tenure. So he's now looking at himself as the next Igbo president, that next Igbo president of Nigerian president of Igbo extraction. But what he failed to realize is that Wanza Wawanku or the and that has been the problem of the Igbo elite. To me, this sit at home has a history, which most of us know very well. I personally know it very well. What Soludo did, it's unnecessary. But the reason why he's doing it is just to show those in at the corridors of power that he's a very strong Igbo leader. He's trying to become a strong Igbo leader. But he didn't realize that the Igbos don't choose leaders in that way. That's not the way the Igbos choose leaders. The Igbos choose their leaders based on the trust, on the reliability of that person. So Nnamdi Kanu, for instance, he didn't present himself as a leader. It's people that put him up because they found him the kind of human being they want as the head of their affairs. So, but in Nigeria, but one thing I know about, or what I took about from what he said is that he says those things. He has a very good understanding of what the problems are. But the problem I have with those elites is that they are afraid of debate. That's why I asked him, when shall we start discussing these things? Professor Charles Soludo, before he became governor, said he would want the elites to join the debate on this Biafra movement or Biafra agitation or restoration of Biafra. And then he became a governor. Instead of doing that, he just concluded that we are better off in Igbo land, in Nigeria, as opposed to being on our own. And Prof also mentioned something, because when he said that he saw somebody in far away north, and because of that, he would want Igbos to be part of Nigeria. But Igbos are everywhere in the whole world. even in Afghanistan. You know, so can we then say that we must be one country with Afghanistan? You know, so, and again, when these elites, you know, come, when they come to us like this, they, you know, they try to tell us something that, but they are afraid of instituting a proper debate, a proper debate for us to come and, you know, discuss issues point by point, so that they can convince us that in a country where you have incompatible socio-cultural problem, that the way to solve it is to try to match all of them together. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Sardauna Sokoto, 3 people couldn't agree when they discussed these issues at the first time. Now, today, if you ask a Northerner, he will say every Northerner, 99% is Ahmadu Bello. Every Yoruba man, or 98% of Yoruba man is Awolowo. So the only problem you have now is that the Igbos now are no longer interested in the Azikiwe's vision of building Nigeria. And that is why Nigeria is rocking. So we must tell ourselves the truth, you know, most of the time. I want to say something on the issue of P2B, you know, jumping from party to party. If there is a system, then there would have no need for P2B to be jumping from one party to party. But he's trying, I guess what he's trying to do is to go into the into government to create a system. Okay, so that is why he wants to go into government. As for whether he will get it or not, it's not irrelevant to me, because actually I would rather not him have it, because that will be kicking the can down the line. But if he does, then probably he will get, you know, he will kick Nigeria down the line. But Nigeria, whether anybody wants it or not, will never survive. Never. From the trajectory. Is this a country, if you go back, you say 2005 or 2004 was better than 2005. And this 2025 or 2005 was better than 2006. So there's always the trajectory of Nigeria is going down the drain, you know, going down disintegration. The only 2 things I keep saying is there are 3 things that are holding Nigeria together. 1, the hydrocarbon in the eastern axis. 2, the international, interests, and finally, the Igbo elites that feel that they can fix Nigeria. These are 3 people that are still holding Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ify.
Okay. P2B is a political prostitute, right? I agree. No doubt he is. But let the Igbos go. Let them go. I don't know why this is so hard.
Will their political prostitution politician
let them go? I don't have no problem who you want to support. I don't have no problem. It's just that being in a marriage and somebody said, I'm tired of this marriage. I don't want to be in this marriage. But you insist you must be married to the person. P2B only has 2 kids. Oseloka and Dada, they are grown. Ada is married with kids. Oseloka is in London. P2B is not fighting for his kids. They will be fine the rest of their lives. Tinubu is not fighting for his kids. His generation will be fine the rest of his life, their lives. Likewise, Mwike, all these politicians, trust me, none of them is less than, maybe Yaya Bello, maybe or Dodo might be the youngest. These people are set for life. But we are here, and this is the problem we have in this country called Nigeria: tribe and religion. The same thing we keep. Somebody was here, Kulata. P2B will never be president. Fine, P2B will never be president. What happens to Nigeria?
Okay. Yes, okay, go ahead. You're back now.
Okay. We also what happened in Turkey. That we saw Tinubu. He was so confused, and they are leading him like a 2-year-old child. And this is somebody who wants to run for the second term. I don't have no problem with that. If Tinubu is doing well, I will be among the people that will tell everybody, go sit down. All of us will be here campaigning for Tinubu, right? But if I may ask, including people that call him, what's his name, P2B, political prostitute and all that name, go ask the people in your places, your state, and ask them how far life has been for them. Go and ask them the type of suffering they are suffering. You see, the problem that we have this hatred in our hearts that we can't even hide it. And you ask yourself, of what good has it done for us as citizens of Nigeria? And that's why I keep saying, let my people go, so that you can have your country called Nigeria. Because at this point, we don't have it. God punish whoever that amalgamated the northern and southern. God punish the person. May God punish the person if there is anything like that. Let them go. Let them have their own country. But you can't tell me that you'll be here and say this person will never be president. We have seen the people that have been president. How far? This is why we are in the mess where we are today. Look at what Wike is doing in Rivers. All of us are here clapping for him. Agreement is an agreement. But we all live in diaspora. If P2B cannot move back to Nigeria, go and fix it. All of us here are young. Let's go move back to Nigeria. I've never seen hatred. I mean, you can just tell it. I don't even know where to start. I don't have anything. I don't know P2B. I've never met him. But I promise you that P2B's children will be fine generations to come. But me and you, all of us here, our generations will still be struggling in the same country. I don't want to be part of Nigeria anymore. I personally don't want to be part of Nigeria. If we're going to be in this country with this hatred, there is no way we can move that country forward. P2B is not the only person that had jumped from one political party to another. Most of the politicians, they have done so. Wike doesn't even have a party. He will tell you he's in PDP. We all saw the buses he rolled out for Tinubu 2027. But he's not in PDP. He's not in APC. So where is he? Most of the politicians, it's hard to find somebody who has been in one party in Nigeria. I don't know why everybody is talking about P2B. P2B did not win the election. All of you agreed. But why are you guys always, nobody, P2B is the most talked about politician in the history of Nigeria. Nobody talks about Tinubu. It's everything P2B. So if he did not win the election, why are you people still talking about him? If you did not steal the election from him, why are you people still talking about? Why is he relevant? Make him irrelevant, period. If you don't like him, make him irrelevant. You people refuse to make him irrelevant. Every day you people come here and you talk about P2B, the hatred you have for him. Nigerian media, P2B. Sometimes I don't even remember that Atiku is even still alive, to be honest with you. So why are you calling him? If he's not relevant, there is something special about him that people cannot stop calling him. So whether P2B wins 2027 or not, whether he becomes a flag bearer or not, it is not my problem. My problem is let my people go. You don't like them, let them go. Give than the Biafra they've been fighting for. And see if Nigeria will not sink. I'm sorry to say this because that's what is going to happen. And I beat my chest with it, not because I'm an Igbo girl. No. Let the Igbos go and see if there will be Nigeria will ever exist again. You people want one Nigeria, but your heart are so evil, wicked. I don't want to be in the same country with people like this. I don't. Period.
Sorry, how do we get there? How do we get to let my people go?
Let my people go. That's what I'm saying.
How do we get there? That's the question.
Their president, the so-called president of Nigeria now, he is the one in power, right? He has to make that decision. But unfortunately, my Igbo elites, my Igbo politicians, they are slaves. But it's up to the masses, Oti, it's up to the masses to rise up. And that was the reason why I asked Professor Chidi Odinkalu, what are we going to do about disintegration, regionalization, and revolution? That is the only way to liberate that country. But the way we are going now, we're going to get it either by fire or by coup.
Yeah, if you don't mind, you just taking me to what I wanted to ask earlier for people like OT and people like Janaba, but fortunately has gone. In concluding the state visit to Turkey, the Turkey president was making a speech and referred to Nigeria as the Islamic Republic of Nigeria, while outlining the agreement that was agreed. Now, the agreement we don't have privy to it, but even in the address, that is in the communique issued, referring to Nigeria as the Islamic Republic of Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria sitting there didn't say anything about it. What do you see? I think the division is going to come quickly and faster than we all think about, because are we as Christians going to keep quiet and accept to be rolled into an Islamic state without even our consent, or are we going to do the same thing that our forefathers did? They amalgamated the nation together and nobody was asked any question. What do you say, or what do you think is about to roll out again in our own faces, our own very faces?
Okay.
No,
by the way,
not you. I want if you to conclude, then you come. We will do John Bosco before we come to you. Bob Chisco.
No, I wanted to ask you from a question, and even Chris, from what they were said,
I mean,
just before I forget what I wanted to ask them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, please make it short. Please, let just be a question. Not a sentence.
Look, you see, I like to ask people questions and interrogate issues. It's another point so that we have understanding. Okay, there's no point just talking without understanding. Now, if Omar asked, there's a question he asked Prof. I think to the fact that maybe I'm not sure. Maybe if Obi wins the election in 2027, or what's going to happen, or maybe. But I think so my answer to her is this. So don't you suppose, because you talk about letting my people go, you see, we have to get there somehow. It's not by magic. It's not by wishful thinking.
I understand.
So don't you think if a president that is that is actually well-intentioned, that president can actually engineer the process of this, call it balkanization or restructuring or whatever, let my people go. It's not going to happen by magic. Okay, so there has to be some process. And sorry.
And that's why I said revolution.
No. Look, excuse me. Revolution is not. I mean, you see, this revolution we talk about it doesn't happen as we imagine. Okay, it's not. It's unpredictable.
That's what revolution.
Excuse
me.
We
don't know.
You can't predict the outcome. Forget about it. If we can achieve it by some process, that's
Nigeria
what we should be.
Is on the verge of disintegration. It can happen anytime because people are fed up.
Listen. Look, but what I'm telling you, when you talk about the revolution, you don't know the outcome. You can't predict it. That's why it is a revolution. But at least if we have some
exactly,
process,
it's just like one. Nobody knows how it's gonna go.
Excuse me, but at least we have a semblance of a political process, and we should be committed to it, and perhaps see to it that a good president, a good person, a good man, a patriot, a God-fearing person can come to power and and they do the necessary. We know what that is, because we cannot go on like this as we are. We
I
understand
thought
that.
you had a question. I wanted to ask if you a question.
No, see, he asked the question. I'm trying to. He asked the prof this question. I mean, I can't remember the way she formulated it, and I'm trying to. This is my answer to her question. And now, Chris, on your part, I think you enumerated three items, or like three impediments to Igbo, whatever. Is it Igbo self-determination? I think one of them I remember is he talked about the elite. So let me ask you: don't you think the people you call the Igbo leaders or Igbo elite, the men know something that perhaps non-elites, you and I, are not privy to? So we can give them benefit of a doubt that perhaps they know what they're talking about, and should a bit listen more and understand and interrogate them. Don't you think so?
Okay,
that is the reason why I'm saying let's have a debate.
Yes,
when no, that's why I'm asking them to have a debate. You remember when Soludo was presenting Ofodile's book, he said he would like the debate to start.
Yes, he was one who said it.
Yes, unfortunately, he had become governor for 4 years and more. He hasn't set up one forum for such a debate.
Maybe
excuse me, let me finish. But he's now saying that we are better off in Nigeria, simply because he wants to be the first president of Igbo extraction.
On the top now. Okay, let's move forward.
So during the last election, they called for debate. Did Tinubu come for the debate?
No.
He did not come. Tinubu was ready for the debate. Other presidential candidates, they were all ready. But Tinubu was not ready for the debate. How many times have we heard our president address us? How many times? How many, other than the recorded address, national address? How many times since Tinubu became president, how many times has he addressed us live on television? Anybody can recall?
No.
Apparently, maybe zero.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. There's an Igbo thing that they use in teaching people. They say that those people who say to their neighbors, once me and my family have eaten, others can go to hell. And once me and my family have eaten and we are locked our door and we are safe in our house at night, others can go to hell. That is what the Igbo elites have done to the Igbo society. And you know who the people I'm talking about. I'm not going to go ahead and call their name, but all of us know them. Those are the people who got the contracts that were never executed in Igbo land. Those are people who go to certain individuals, the powers that be, and take and they make offers that eventually make them give them governorship or other positions in Igbo land, and they become, Of course, you know that the recent statement made by Ojuzo Kalu, a man reminded him how he brought the Fulanis to Okwanta, where the problem first started in Igbo land, and told him that we still have that record. If he doesn't know, so he knows. I think that shook him a bit, because the man gave a good account of what happened when he brought him to Okwanta, and then from there on, it had been the slippery slope down the hill. Okay, having said that, we are, like I said, there's something that happened, during Tinubu's last visit, and the president of Turkey was addressing him and said he called Nigeria Islamic Republic of Nigeria, and everybody is keeping quiet except few online people like us and a few other not Western-based media that picked that and talked about it. Everybody seems to keep quiet about it. So the question now be, is it right if the president of the United States was sitting in a meeting and where they're about to sign a communique, and the person going to sign the communique referred to America as Islamic State of America, do you think he will keep quiet, or he will not correct him immediately? Why I say that, because these things are slipped in gradually. Remember, when Nigeria became a member of OIC, Obitu Okiwe, I still remain proud of him any day, said straight to the Nigerian media there's no time we ever discussed that in the Armed Forces Ruling Council, that Nigeria will be a member of his OIC. And based on that, he was obviously muzzled out of his position, but he never cared. So what I'm trying to say is now that, is it not time for us to begin to bring these things to the fore so that we can discuss it openly and know exactly whether certain people have again taken us to become Islamic states, or do we keep quiet and be again rolled into another thing we don't know about? Yeah, and Bob Chisco, Bob Chisco, you are here, and so let's start from you. I don't know why you came in, but this is where we are now. You can make reference to other topics and then go ahead and talk about this.
All right.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I've been on since the commencement of this program by Dr. Damages. You know, when you're busy doing something, you better listen at the background, and that's what I had done all through the day. It's a very, very nice topic you guys have dealt on today.
Thank you, sir.
I want to briefly talk about the lady that died yesterday. In fact, I was weeping in my heart when I read the situation through how this lady passed on, you know, and the worst case scenario being that she rushed to the hospital, and from the stories out there, no hospital was able to give her a treatment because of unavailability of venom, snake anti-venom, you know. And unfortunately, this girl, innocent girl, 25 years of age. I don't know if any of you were able to watch this lady when she was singing. This girl, do you know her talent? She is a talented singer. I was watching her sing the clips released on Facebook. Oh my! If you watch this girl singing, you cannot but cry for her departure. Honestly speaking, Nigeria unfortunately has happened to her that a hospital in Abuja could have anti-venom to save the life of this innocent girl. And so many Nigerians have died, just died untimely, you know, over situations that they shouldn't have died. This girl has just, within 24 hours, this girl is now in the mortuary. It's very, very unfortunate. May her beautiful soul rest in peace. Amen. If you was talking about debates for Buhari, and I laugh in Nigeria, just like Mr. James used to say, Nigeria is irredeemable. I'm one of those who continue to believe that at this stage, 2027 election, well, let us keep watching what will happen. People say they are hopeful if Obi comes in there, he could command some magic. I use the word magic, but I don't see any miracle happening. You know, insofar as we continue to ride on that dirty constitution. How can you tell me prior to 2015 election, the criteria for a president, a primary school certificate? Primary school certificate. Some northerners will even tell you, even if Buhari has NEPA Bay, that NEPA Bay could qualify him to serve as a certificate to become a president of a country. That goes to show you that Nigeria, as long as we continue to present our worst, people who feel they have money or they have people to front them, Nigeria can never make headway. Go to the social media. What is going on social media today? What you hear some certain parts of this country saying is, even if Obi does whatever, even if he has the best qualification, Obi, an Igbo man can never be the president. In fact, honestly, Nigeria, it will take God's own miracle to redeem that country, but I don't see that country being redeemed. Then look at our president. When I was watching him in Turkey a few days ago, I was the first day I saw that clip, I was looking for a place to hide my head because I was ashamed. Some group of guys, because I live in Wisconsin here in America, some people who were having some drinks, they said, "Oh, look at Nigeria. We saw your president. He fell down." I was ashamed of myself. I was ashamed of myself. How can our president, the man was completely disoriented. He didn't know where he was. Erdogan was moving right. He was tilting towards the left. and he lost his balance and fall. And some people will say, oh, why are you laughing at your president? Why wouldn't we laugh at our president? Is he the best qualified to be the president of Nigeria? When we have thousands of capable hands. And some people will tell you, even if Tinubu is bedridden, he must complete his 4 years. Yeah, making it 8 years. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? When APC by now should be shopping. If there are good people left in APC, the best thing for them now to be doing is to begin to shop for a replacement for Tinubu, because that man, from every indices we have seen, that man cannot lead Nigeria in the next 4 years. Otherwise, he is taking Nigeria to the abyss. He's taking that country to the abyss. You know? So let us keep watching. Let us keep watching. Any miracle that happens that to salvage that contraption, we wait to see. Yeah. Thank you, my brother. Let me just leave it for now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are over 130 people right now. Please, can you just press like? Just press like. We're not saying give us more. Just like it so that others can be invited. And we also want to grow our numbers. So if you're not subscribed before, please subscribe. That's the only way we can keep the channel running open. Go right away and like it now so that those numbers can go up. Two things that it does: it allows them to post this to many more people, and then so that they can also join. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Every other person, please, you have not if you are whether you're on the guy who said that my tie is like a Fulani cutlass. Please go and like it. Not only to tell me my tie is like Fulani cutlass, go and like the program, and so that your friends can equally get it, so that I can come and look at the guy who has the Fulani cutlass tie. Okay.
KJ,
yes.
Sorry. Bob, and again, like I said, I don't have anybody. I don't care who the president is. It's even when they're saying Muslim, and I don't care. All I care is somebody who is competent. But as of now, Tinubu is not competent. How many times has Tinubu been out of the country? He's been outside the country more than he's been in Nigeria as a president. Every time he's going to the hospital, must you grab the power? Must you hold on to it? You've done 4 years, literally 4 years, and 4 years of nothing. I listened to Aisha Yusuf. Aisha said that she never in her lifetime believed that somebody would be Buhari would be better than Tinubu. Can you imagine we saying that Buhari is better than Tinubu? Can you ever imagine that we will ever make that statement? A lot of people are saying, bring us back to Tinubu's era, Buhari's era. Can you imagine? Had even this man is doing well, all of us will be here campaigning. I thought when he won the election that he would genuinely, do something to silence everybody. But the first thing he bought was the yacht. Somebody said, I've never seen Tinubu in the yacht. He bought the private jet. The private jet is for him to travel in and out. When he leaves more than the supposed time, and he feels like it is time for him, according to the constitution, to hand over to Shetima, he will be back in the country, stay a few days, and leave again. And people are buying every day. People are suffering every day. The minimum wage is 70,000 naira. Each and every one of us here, all of us sitting down here, cannot even do anything with 70,000 naira if you go to a grocery store. We are talking about literally $40 a month. Tell me, what do we do? Is he going to buy one bag of rice? Is he going to buy beans? But these people are busy getting their kids ready. Likely, Seyi Tinubu might run for Lagos State governor. And Wike is ready, getting his son. We all see him everywhere he's going. He's going with his son. And David Umahi is already preparing his son, bought the chairmanship, local government chairman, this thing form. Where did he get the $13 million to buy the form? Oju Zokalo's daughter is an ambassador. What are we even talking about? Is that how to do politics in a civilized country? What are we even talking about? Somebody's got telling me Peter Obi is a political prostitute. And I'm asking all the leaders or all the past presidents that we have had in the past. Tell me what they have done in Nigeria for us as Nigerians.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ife. Thank you. You've spoken very well. The truth of the matter is that no politician in Nigeria have not jumped one or two parties. If there's anyone, show me which one. They all of them switched from party to party. Now, right in secondary school many years ago, we were told that Nigerian politics don't have ideology. That has always been the problem. They all go from one end to the other. The only people who didn't go from one end to the other, the old three major political, founders, Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Sano Sokoto. That is the only people who didn't switch parties. After that, even the next generation of politicians, people like the GMPP and all the rest of them, the Remi them, the rest, the Jim Wobodo, all of them switched parties. They all went from one progressive party to democratic. I know that. So it's not a big deal that they are switching parties, because the political parties don't have ideology. That's the reason why people like Buhari said, Babangida said, there's no need for us to have plenty parties, because all of you are switching everywhere. So let us have two political parties. You're either a Democrat or a Republican. And that was why he had those two political parties that he built up. Of course, he himself destroyed what he built. So if what I'm trying to say is that they've never really been. So we cannot judge P2B based on the fact that he's moving from party to one party to the other. Do we not know why he's moving from one party to the other? We know, because in fact, the place they thought he was going to be, they didn't register because they thought that was where he was going to be. The moment he left LP now became well. Aburi is no longer in charge of LP. Now, Aburi has been expelled from LP. Aburi is no longer, and Nana de Sambo have taken, and Nana de Usman have taken over. Okay, LP is now peaceful. Okay, so we know what P2B is fighting. Does anybody on this planet not know what P2B is fighting? We know what he's fighting. We know why he's running. And if you don't know, you can go and listen to that Baba Ahmed. He said it. He said it. Why, even though he's in LP, he still said why P2B is running up and that he knows. So these are not hidden issues.
KJ, can I just chip in something here?
Before we bring in forefathers.
Okay. There's an ongoing trial in the UK that Desiani, yes, is involved with. Yes. And in that case, a couple of names have been mentioned. One, Ibe Kachuku, Ibe Kachuku, who was the
minister.
Is it a minister? I thought the one that ran as presidential candidate of ADC.
This one was a minister under Buhari.
Yeah, the two of them are mentioned. The two brothers are mentioned.
Okay.
And then you have Tinubu is mentioned there. You have Kola Aluko is mentioned there. You have another Misainde who is mentioned there. Okay. And this case that is going on, thank God that is not going on in Nigeria, because there's going to be an expose. Now, the link here is that we all know that Desiani was a former petroleum minister.
Yes.
And so she had fronts that she was using to, companies and individuals who were fronting for her, according to the report that we hear. And then they were laundering money. They were taking money out to various accounts in the UK and some other Caribbean countries. Now, Aluko, who is one of the main person, doing this stuff, had bought a property in the UK, which the federal government, with the laundered money, which the federal government at the time went to court over, and we're trying to get the court to forfeiture of that property to the Nigerian government. The case went on. The Nigerian government spent money. That was during Buhari's period. And then when Nigeria was almost winning the case, and I think they did win the case, suddenly the Attorney General, now decided that Nigeria was no longer interested in the court case. And before you knew it, that property was bought by an offshore company belonging to Chidi Tinubu. And that property now became the private property of the Tinubus. That's where the president stays when he goes to the UK. Now, and the thing is that even when the property was sold, it was sold less than the amount.
Almost a penny.
Yeah, that it was bought.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is over a couple of years. So this case that is going on is going to, expose a lot of things and a lot of personalities who have been involved in laundering Nigeria's money, and how the APC government of Buhari colluded, because Buhari had also stayed in that property. How, properties that belong to Nigeria, those people who say they are fighting corruption, how they are in cahoots with those people who are looting, and squandering Nigerians' money. I'm praying that this case will, come to an end and all these names will be revealed, and that Desiani, would make sure, not just herself alone that is involved in this stuff, but you make a clean breast of all those who are involved in this whole stuff. So that Nigerians will see the kind of people that we have as our leaders, our politicians, and the party, that is ruling. I think it's important. I think we should focus on that. Focus on this case that is going on, because if it's Nigeria, forget about it. It will just end up like the Buri case in Nigeria. But when it got to the UK, justice was dispensed. So that's what I'm hoping, that this is another big scandal of how our monies have been used, and how the federal government, at some point is in cahoots with those who are making Nigeria and the economy dry. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much. I agree with you totally, and I'm looking forward to that case. The Igbos have a problem that when you chase a small chicken, you go chase them till you chase and go reach where the owner go catch you. So now it's left to Desiani and Alice Madeke, who I've always liked. She's very brilliant. To bring out everybody's leg. Though everybody, even if she's inside, let her also suffer the consequence. But then everybody who chop the money, because she has been accused of buying all kinds of things, even though the former EFCC chairman said there was nothing like golden bra and golden undies, that he never saw anything like that. That was so they use the social media to just mess her up. But now, at the end, as they say, breeze go blow, and I know the rest. All right, Father, you're welcome to today. I'm sure that you'll be able to bring us up to speed in what is happening in England, and especially with the case of Desiani Alice in Madeke, and also the fact that we hear that London will soon be going to the Islamists. How true is that? Okay, we can't hear you, Father. You are muted. You are muted, Father. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, hear me now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, greetings, KJ. Greetings to the panelists. Greetings to the chat and to the viewers. I must say, listening to the panelists, I'm beginning to think that P2B, Kenneth Okonkwo, Soludo, Umahi, I know those people are even better than some of the panelists we have. The reason why I say that is because at least they are not talking out of just downright hatred. They are trying to find solutions, and there are solutions. And the way we talk as if like there is no way out of this. Who do you think built all the other nations? Human beings like you built them. They come up with ideas and they push it forward. Not every time you get upset, you say, oh, let's pack the country up. And if you did that for every marriage, nobody will be married anymore. Because people always upset people. If your partner don't upset you, the family members to make sure they do that. And we really have to start thinking a little bit more mature. Because as I sit here, I'm actually sitting in Nigeria. That's why I wasn't able to come in to the panel yesterday. And what I see on the ground is a decay. It's not just the leaders. The people are decayed. They don't understand what it takes to even run a society. Everybody is doing the same thing. If you think Tinubu is the problem, elect another person, you see the same thing show up again. You have to have somebody that truly understands this. In the closest to good leadership that Nigeria came to was the first Buhari government. I don't know about Gowon or Murtala Mohammed. I wasn't around then, so I cannot tell. But the closest we came to actually cleaning our street, taking care of our belongings, making sure we get to work on time, do some of things, it was the first Buhari government. Because if you look at Nigeria today, it looks like a dump. Everywhere rubbish. Nobody wants to do. I don't know what they say that the work that they are doing in Abuja with all the connecting roads that Wike is working on. But materially, I don't see much of a difference. I was here a year and a half ago, and I'm here now. I don't see much of a difference on the ground. The place is still as rubbish as it is. Even the best roads I would like to say that is great in Abuja, it's not that good. It's really not that good. You see the drainage system and all. It's like, who built these things? Why do we live like this? And there's one Nigerian that is based in the UK that makes a video about Nigerians and highlights some of what this. And he's right in many cases. The last one he made was Nigerians parasites. He literally cost Nigerians, and most of the cost is actually accurate. He talked about how we fill the prisons overseas, we wreck our countries, we play tribalism, and it is true. That's all we do. Ghana is running circles around us. African countries are running circles around us because we keep playing this silly game. Instead of finding solutions to make things better, we keep thinking that let's tear the whole place up as if that's going to solve your problem. It won't. It won't. That's the truth. Was it not Kenneth Okonkwo that said that was it not the Southeast that they have the reach in all the states in Nigeria to be able to pull off a win? But if you are not united enough to use it, don't blame the people. It's like you are blaming the player instead of the game. You are not playing the game very well. The game is right there for you to take. How many groups can actually say they have a spread as the Southeastern Zoo in Nigeria? None, zero. And if you look at the development in Nigeria, I think there was a video I saw on TikTok the other day. They were comparing states in Southwest versus states in the Southeast. The Southeast one looks more developed, which is quite astounding. I know Kulata is not going to like to hear that. Because I was showing them the other day on this thing on the other channel that look at the Southeast and Southwest. The Southeast is even more developed. If you look at the matrices in the like life expectancy and all the rest, the Southeast is not doing that badly. The way we act is like we are spoiled children. Instead of us to be rational about things and confront the problem. How big is this problem? Have you seen problem before? Iran is facing an attack from the West. We are not talking about the type they do in Nigeria. The type where they say they want to remove the regime. That is the kind of stuff other people face. If the existential threat, you've never faced existential threat where you know that the people that are coming, they are either coming to finish you all. You've never faced that one before. And all you have is political issues and you cannot figure out a way to resolve it. I think God has not favored you. God has favored you, but you refuse to take it while you can. Because other people will take that problem and fix it. And many African countries have done it, by the way. That's where the shame has even become worse. Have you guys saw I Show Speed?
Prophet, you are born again. Prophet, as you are born again, you are really hitting the nail on the head. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you saw I Show Speed. You saw Nigeria, how Nigeria look unprepared. It's almost as if we have amnesia. A son, probably one of the people we sold into slavery, came back 400 years later. We were not even prepared. Instead, we shamed ourselves, begging for money. Show me love. Show me love. Then we start demanding money from somebody that is giving us money for free. The guy offered 50,000 naira, offered $1,000. The guy refused. He give me 10,000. Give me 10,000. What is wrong with us? Look at our streets. We wreck it. We actually wreck everything. Nigeria is one of the freest countries in terms of wrecking the environment. If you try that in the West, many of us will go to the West. We don't do that too. We don't do that. Because you know, the moment you do that, they will carry you and they will fine you. And before you know it, you start losing money. But you come to Nigeria, you want to throw rubbish everywhere. So some of the things I see in this country, it's very clear that we as a people, there's something seriously wrong with us. If you go to some part of Abuja, you think it's a village. And I know Wike visited all these places because as a FCT minister, he must have visited all the FGAs. And he will see these things and he will live with them like that. And it's not only the fact that it looks like a village, it's dirty. Dirty to the extreme that you can't even organize people to clean up your roads properly. Something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong with us. I'm telling you, Nigeria deserves somebody that is going to whip them straight. Something is seriously wrong with us. How can you have a country like this?
I don't want to stop you, but you are going on and on and on. And I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. You have touched on many issues. I would just like to, and a lot of people touch on those issues, especially when it has to do with the Southeast. And by the time I speak now, they say I'm being tribalistic. But you see, majority of what happened in the Southeast, they are through community and personal efforts of the people of the Southeast. Should we not be entitled to the national cake that is going around? That is the monies of the federal government. Should the Southeast not be part of it, or is it because we are self-help people, so the national budget shouldn't include us? So we just have to do everything by ourselves. Is that what you're saying?
The goods that you are selling, you think you are giving them away for free? Where do you think the money they are using to pay for those goods come from? You are getting it back if we are going through that channel alone.
I don't understand you.
Hold on. No, hold on. Let me mention state allocations.
No, you see, that's this thing when you just said now is what some people say that really it sets me up. The same way that the guy who developed the new tax system in Nigeria went to take South Africa as an example of the economy of South Africa and how much tax they pay, and vis-a-vis what Nigeria is paying. It is not the same thing. It is not the same social network that is in South Africa as in Nigeria. The same way, if we are selling goods and people are paying us, should that money be what we use now to develop our region? Is that what when they sell cows in the north, do they take the money to do their roads and do their community?
One thing I know for sure is that if Nigeria has $5 billion and a Southeasterner sells and takes $2.5 billion and ends up in the Southeast, I say, who cares what comes from the national cake? You're already getting the money. Money is ending up in your pocket.
So let me finish
what I'm saying.
Forefathers.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Because that's the point. That money you can use it for anything.
Hold on. You will speak. Osi, hold on. Just please jot down what you want to do.
Let me express it because that money you can use it for anything. Like we are seeing on the ground. The Southeast is not a desolate area. Compared to other regions, the Southeast is quite developed in Nigeria. Was it not a Rothschild that said, "Don't worry, give me anything about a country, just give me their money. I will not worry about the rest if you can control their money." Because if you have access to the resources one way or the other, somebody allowed that to happen too. They could have decided they will never buy from a Southeasterner. Kenneth Okonkwo would not have been the top actor in the world in Nigeria. When I was in Nigeria, he was a leading actor in Nigeria. So Nigeria, and besides, if you look at the construction, the way Nigeria is structured, I'm not surprised. I don't know why many Southeasterners are surprised that a Southeasterner has not emerged as a leader. Why are you surprised? If you look at the way Nigeria is structured, it's not advantageous to Southeasterners to become leaders. It's not advantageous for them. They have to have a time somebody emerges as a Southeastern leader.
Federal presence. That's what we're talking about.
You have presence everywhere.
Sorry?
Southeasterners have presence everywhere.
Was
it not any good that they made the first Southeastern capital? Was it the South? As a matter of fact, was it not in the First Republic? So my point is that
since after the war,
power. You are worrying about things. You are worrying about. You see, this is why I said the leaders that you have on the ground now, they are ahead of you. You are worried about things that you shouldn't be worrying about. If you truly want to rule, Kenneth Okonkwo has already given you the solution.
Can I ask you a question? I'm going to sleep now. Can I ask you a question? So now, okay,
go ahead.
Do you believe? Okay, you believe we have problems in Nigeria, right? major problems, right?
Big ones.
Like some people even believe that Nigeria is already a failed state. So how would you go about fixing it? What concretely? What shall we do?
It's
Don't
very
beat about the
simple.
bush. Yes. What shall we do?
It's very simple. It's very simple. You
Go
have
ahead.
like-minded people, and you secure the country and make sure we stop losing money up to $50 billion every year due to insecurity. That's the first economic and security investment I will make. Secondly, you enforce law and order, build your prisons, and this thing incentivize the judiciary to do their job and actually discipline them. If they screw around, they should pay for it, because the judiciary has to do their job.
Can I
In
ask
that
you a
country,
question?
they are not
Hold
doing
on.
their job.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't go on. So this country has been ravaged by insecurity or terrorist or insurgency for how many years now? Okay. So can you tell us why the government, right, hasn't been able to solve that problem? It's insecurity you talked about. The first thing you mentioned, insecurity, and this country for over 10 years, over a decade, has been, dealing with, bedeviled by insurgency, insecurity. Okay, with all the resources, with its military and resources, it cannot deal with that. So how do you explain that?
They are
What
not
more can you
doing
do?
it because they don't feel they have the permission from
Okay.
foreigners to do it. They say it all the time.
Sorry. Sometimes I like to listen to you, but you don't sound to be. You don't appear to be
You
serious.
ask me a question, I'm
Are
answering
we
directly.
are we stupid? There are sorts of things you listen to. You just wonder what is going on. Come on. Let's look with everything that is going on, with all the commentary, with what people are expressing and feeling and happening in our presence, and then you're saying these things are just, oh God. You
The
think
solution is staring at you right there. If you ask me for a solution, I just reeled out two, and you wouldn't let me go forward. If you want the solution, if you are ready to listen to the solution, fine. But if you are not ready, you can carry on complaining and let's do the gnashing of teeth till the kingdom come. Then other people will actually go ahead and transform the country or perish us one way or the other. Because there will be judgment eventually. You can't escape it. You hide, you dodge, judgment will come nonetheless.
Okay, Fofala, can you go ahead and round up so that we can move on to?
Gentlemen, I'm gonna go now. I think.
All right, thank you so much, Oti. We really enjoyed your contribution. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Okay, Fofala, round up.
I'm just trying to describe what I see on the ground in Nigeria. So, what I see on the ground are people that are used to not following rules. Are used to leaving things all over the place. As a matter of fact, individually, I've seen it. Like
question for you, Forefather. Question for you, because I like what you are bringing in. So, if the people are not following rules, is it their fault? Because you have a president that don't follow rules, government that don't follow rules. You have ministers that don't follow court judgments. You have government that don't follow court judgments. So, if the people now are not following the rules, is it their fault, Forefather?
Question is chicken and egg. Where does it start and where does it end? Because the people.
That question.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
No, hold on. Let me ask a question, because people like to ask that question. If there's no chicken, there will be no egg. So if the chicken comes first, is the chicken that
very relative. Look at that. He's now judging the chicken and egg, which one comes first. You were not there. You don't know which one came first. You're just making it up. See, the point I'm saying is that when you elect leaders, you elect leaders based on your sensibilities and everything, and some of them they will give you bribe and you elect them, like we do in Nigeria. Then those leaders go and repeat the same thing. They don't hold the people accountable at all. So the question is, where do you start? Personally, when I'm here, I don't like what I see. I actually take my own action, do my own bit. If people like me end up in the corridors of power, we know what we're going to do. And I really think that that's where we should be putting our mind, so that maybe you will get there, some other person will get there. If more and more people think like that, you are more likely to get there. As a matter of fact, you are going to change minds that are actually going to get. After all, Buhari existed, Idiagmo existed. They wanted to do something. There must have been people that believed in them. That's why they had the gall to go there and do what they did. But they didn't last a year and a half. They didn't last long enough. I remember in Port Harcourt, during that time, they were painting houses, planting flowers, cleaning the streets, sanitation. The places were clean. But we've completely lost that. Like, there is no, it's like Nigeria doesn't have leadership at all. They just keep building random infrastructures left and right. Even BGC, Asokoro area. If you go to Asokoro areas, you still see rubbish everywhere. It's like, why are we like this? We have to figure out a way to stop it, because when I look at it, it's from top to bottom. There is no difference. Everywhere you go, rubbish. And they are comfortable with it. They think it's normal behavior now. And I don't think that's how we used to live before. Something has changed in us, something has broken in us, and we don't even have memory of who we used to be anymore. We don't have anything, because all we keep doing is arguing about tribe, arguing about religion, arguing about things that don't truly matter, while our lives are busy being impoverished. Some people are doing better than others, but what I see on the ground, it really, really bothers me. If you look at even power supply, zero improvement from where I went from. Since I came to Abuja 8 years ago, it hasn't improved a single jot. And this in broadband hasn't improved a single jot. Now I'm trying to find a way to get proper broadband. I don't even know how this thing is working now. I really don't know. I couldn't get on yesterday at all. Zero. It's a throw of the die.
Papa, you just got back.
No, I'm still there. What are you talking about? I'm still in Nigeria. You think I'm?
You're in Nigeria with this your background.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! You think a computer don't work in Nigeria anymore? We are not that poor. Where background is not going to work anymore. It's image background. It's just image background. No. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear what you said. I was just responding to
on the lighter note. Yeah.
I really hope we start having a mentality to fix what we see on the ground, because if you look at Nigeria, it's like a dump, and we don't build anything. We just seem like anyhow people, and I really feel sorry. If you look at our women, you look at their children, I really feel sorry for our people. It's like there is no true leadership to channel them. And grown men, this is why sometimes I get frustrated with some of you guys, and it looks like I'm not respecting or I'm being mean and all the rest. But like, how can you be talking about these things? You have seen your people suffering. They are living in dump all the time. The roads, they don't take the bins out, nothing. Today I was asking people, where did they throw rubbish inside where do they throw rubbish in this area? They don't have a clue, because nobody bothers to check. Nobody cares. They don't have a clue where they put rubbish at all.
On this fact, I'll need to come in now, poor father. I'm sure that where you live in the UK, it is not the people that
are you having a dialogue with forefathers?
No, I'm not telling you.
Why we still do we still have a chance to speak?
You have a chance.
Just asking.
I'm going to.
If we don't, then I can go to bed. But if we do, please give me a chance.
What are you going on? How many days do I end up in Nigeria? I'm in Nigeria. That's why they are listening to me. I have more credibility than they do right now. They are all foreigners, as long as I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you so much. And like I said, I wanted to draw attention to the fact that in the UK, where you're living, it's not the people, it's the government that created the dump site, not the people. And that social service is provided by the county or the area in which you live. It's not, again, the people that provide it for themselves. So the lack of planning on the part of the government should not now become a problem that the people are being insulted on, based on the fact that.
Did they tell people to drop rubbish on the ground?
They don't
Did they teach them that? Grown men dropping rubbish on the ground left and right.
You are visiting Abuja. I lived in Abuja for more than 20 years. They don't have anybody who comes to clear the site. They used to have dump trucks earlier on when Nigeria was too good. They're no longer available. Now it is go.
Answer me this. How about marketplaces? So government is supposed to take care of marketplaces to help them clean their marketplaces and organize their generators, where everybody will pack generator and blow up the whole area. They can't even organize a marketplace.
The marketplaces who do the best they can. Forefather, you can tell me about in Abuja that I don't know about. The people do their business because there's nobody helping to coordinate it. Everything you see in that market is the people that pay for the services.
But they can be more organized. They can be more organized.
Well, I don't know what you mean by what you mean by more organized.
You want me to say, okay, next time I will take pictures so that you see what I'm talking about.
You are still there.
Things market people can organize and clean up.
Let's move on to Obe because we are running out of time. Thank you so much for giving us updates. The truth of the matter is that I agree with you in most of the things. We are not acting like people who go somewhere. That's the truth. And there's nothing anybody can do about that, because, again, I say the purpose of someone not speaking. Okay, I said that to say that in any community, it is not going to be the government. I mean, not going to be the people that will organize the system. That's why the people elect people into office to organize it. I'll give you an example. Here now, you see, there's a lot of snow now in the US. The roads are going to crack after that when they take off those snows. You will see that once they take off those snows, you see the next thing you see are the people coming. The counties are repairing their roads. Nobody's going to wait for you to say, or the people start now saying, gutter start appearing here and there. No, they quickly go ahead and repair their roads. They go ahead and do whatever it needs to be done, because you are paying your tax, and the people must give you service for what you are doing. It's not the other way around. The county don't come out and every Saturday and say, okay, today all of us are going to go out and clear the gutter. Nobody does that. There's already a rule that when the snow comes, your own side of your sidewalk, you must clear it. That one is definite. You don't clear it, the county come and give you charge for it. They charge you $50 every day and not clearing it. So that is standard this thing. But you also you have to do
something. Can I ask you something? Let me ask you, in your village when you were growing up, did you need the AZ to come and clean your house, around your area? You don't need them. The AZ doesn't organize the market. The market will organize it themselves. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying the federal government is not doing, they don't have their own, but you can see that this goes all the way down. It's not only federal government that is causing it. The people themselves have been conditioned to behave like that.
Father, you are talking about deterioration, and it's true. The system is deteriorating every day. Sure, that's a given. Sure.
Go ahead, Obe, make your contribution.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that he's talking about the system is deteriorating. I said that is a fact. Everything is just going south, go down the drain. Everything about that system, I was looking at the camera at my house in Nigeria. Somebody was dodging to go and throw dirt because it's night in the gutter. And people that came to carry dirt just came, they blow siren, everybody will bring out their dirt, they will take it with the vehicle and they blow away because he doesn't want to pay. He had to wash in the night and go and throw it in the gutter so that rain will wash it to where. This systemic thing is just our nature as people, because we need to work on those things, but the government is not even helping because institutions are not grounded enough to work so that people will be deterred from those attitudes and those behaviors. It's one thing before the other. We don't have institutions, we don't have structures, we don't have anything that works. So people still behave in a naive situation. They think that they are smart. They think that they don't want to pay. That's the best way to do it. Throw the dirt into your neighbor's gutter so that the rain can wash it away. And they're fine with that because that is their mindset. And that is the level at which they can think because of poverty. That is where it generated from. When this snow fell, this last one that really was a big storm. When I came back, and I said, God, you are very wonderful. Even Nigeria get this kind of weather, we too will do. We all will have been corpses anyway. I said, but there's a way God does his own things. We would have been able to put the power in place to give us heater, to give us how to accommodate this harsh weather. These are the way God in his infinite mercies has made things the way people can actually adjust. But our problem is systemic issue. The Nigerian system, the government, everybody is just going haywire their own way. They're doing things anyhow because there is this impunity that nothing will happen, nothing you guys can do. And that is the painful part of it. That's why Amechi was saying that until they start stoning us, so we understand that this thing that you're actually doing is painful to the people, but the people cannot revolt because they are poor. They are really looking for food to eat because they cannot. Guy, if you, when I was in the bank in Nigeria, I was earning like $500,000. From that $500,000, I could save 300,000 in a month. But now, bros, if you earn 5 million in the bank, it's not as the person that earned 500,000 when I left. That is how bad it is. It's just a systemic rot that had gone down the drain, that the people are all crying. All my colleagues, they feel like, oh, Thank God you left. This, that. And now to them, Shana, Papa get bank. Look, they work now. They carry big money, they go out. Now, the whole thing has turned south because they have made all the mistake and everything is going the other way and nobody is ready to correct it. That is why the OB factor thing was like the last hope we have before we give it up. So that we could see whether the thing can even try to change structures and a government behaving well. Behaving well, that's the first point of call. A government should behave well. You understand? You are very conversant to be buying brand new 2005 truck and whatever for election. You don't have a health center that is working in your county. You don't have drugs in that clinic that is there to treat the ordinary man. No drugs, no paracetamol, no injection. There's no dialysis center where these people can go and treat their and survive with kidney issues. Nothing over there, and you are floating in hundreds of cars for people to start driving and sharing for them, and people are clapping, and they are coming because they shared 10K for the day. They can't clap. Hey. Guy, man, do all the thing. Sometimes I would just feel like, man, these guys, are you guys crazy? This is your money. We can't get money. We take the buy car. Whoever is buying the car, do they have the money? It is me and your task or whatever oil money they sell, whatever money they're sharing and using to do this nonsense all around. But because I could benefit for the car, I will not talk. Or my uncle will benefit from the car, he will not talk. At the end of the day, they will drive around, they will do campaign, they will win again, they will put themselves in, and they will continue the rot. And we expect that the structures will work. How is it going to work? How is it going to work? Man, the fact is that the deterioration has gone to the level that me and you can't talk no more because we were so oppressed. Now they have finished the work on us. They are now introducing their children. They're introducing their children. That part of it, I can't just swallow it. Introducing their children. Look at the idiot that call himself Oshomole. His son is a commissioner in Edo State. He doesn't even know what is called a genshaw. He's a doctor. He doesn't even know how to run a clinic, talk less of running a ministry of health. Because his father is whoever APC, if you call your sin is forgiving, he have put him as a commissioner there. He cannot even make a statement. He cannot even talk. There's no vision. There's nothing he's doing there. He just there. People are using him because they say make him put in name. He must put in name for that. And as you expect that kind of person to bring a structure that will make the health system work, where is he going to get it from? Where is he going to get it from? You know, we have made the mistake. Our children are gone because they have already placed their children. They have swayed them. When I was looking at Wike son in that podium, innocent boy, I look at him and I say, God, why is this man taking this boy through this kind of agony, this kind of pain? He looks so innocent, and the boy need to go and pursue a career. You are pulling him out to come and start saying how you are dancing and manifesting on the stage. People are clapping for you. Chineke. What is all this? Small boy, innocent son. They're supposed to pursue a career in whatever field that he has read and begin to grow as a young boy. You want to come and make life easy for him and give him a slot as a rep to go and say what in the House of Rep? To say what?
But OBE, that's where we are, and as long as that will be allowed by the people, it will continue. Thank you so much for making your contribution. Let's run to Jeff. Jefferson, you have 3 minutes because we are trying to round up. I just take everybody.
Are you just going to give me 1 minute to just say something? Because someone mentioned something about me, and I have not had time to.
1 minute because we are running out of time. 1 minute.
Your time starts. Just go to bed after that, really, because I'm not going to watch television.
Probably you're coming in. You also have 1 minute. That's all.
Yeah. So I think when Tony was talking, he said that was wasting his time by giving a brief about the snake bite, that he would have loved his favorite doctor. I think he mentioned the name to address that. Yeah. So the thing is that whatever I say here is because, or what I said was because the snakebite issue was mentioned, and I didn't want people to run away with the wrong information. What I come here to discuss is politics. You don't know who I am, all right? My life is a very simple life. Okay. The reason why I come here is because of what we discussed here. But because they mentioned the snake bite, that was the reason why I wanted to weigh in. For you to say that it was a waste of time and that if there was anybody that had the whatever, the license to speak about it, that it was your favorite. Yeah, good and fine. You have the option of seeking a second opinion. But what I will tell you is that it is safety first for me. Whatever I will tell you is what I know that is a fact. What I will not tell you is a lie. You know, the fact is what I will give you. The ones that I don't know, I will say that I don't know. Okay. So you are free to seek a second opinion on whatever health topic you want, but you don't also have the right to stop me from giving my opinion here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Stay humble, and that was a very humble explanation. I know that from your speaking, either you're a medical doctor or you have a lot of experience in that field. I'm sure you are quite connected in that direction. Because if you are not, nobody will call you to go and give a speech on snake bites. Anyway, having said that, let's move on. And like you said, people have the right to seek second opinion if they if they so deem. I'm not a medical person. I just told you of my Mano Bay experience at Boy Scout. They taught us those things those many years ago. They may not be right, but that's what. And Chris made it good because in our communities, these snakes were there, but they never harmed anybody because there were local ways of treating it. Those people who are in the medical profession may not accept it, but those things work for our people. So you hardly hear of anybody who died of a snake bite in those communities. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. Stay humble. We appreciate your hanging out with us and your contributions. Jefferson.
All right, thanks for having me. Good everyone. Okay, so I wasn't in the Carlos presentation, but I know it was highly, packed with a lot of views. So, but basically, let me just move to the crux of the matter. I think I joined in when forefathers everybody's concerned about the state of the nation. This is basic common sense, right? Nation building is a collective, and then there was a mention that we should focus on how to build the nation. That why we talking about tribalism and religious differences, and I'm like, are we kidding ourselves? That is the very thing that is causing our problem now. Like it is the very thing, Now there are a lot of metrics, there are a lot of scenarios. If you look very careful, like the coup that happened, this recent coup that happened, we all know what played, right? How some people were framed, and then later on they now brought in somebody to say he was part of the coup. That is just one side of it. That to tell you how. So basically, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that our thinking is wrong, and our thinking is affecting the way we run governance in the country. You see, people will say, "Oh, it doesn't matter." Are you aware that today the steel company is not working today because of tribalism? Are you aware the so-called the river Niger that's supposed to be dredged is not dredged properly because of tribalism? Are you also aware that the seaport is not working fully functional because of the same tribalism? Okay, let's not go too far. Arise, the guy in Arise, is it Rufai, was having a conversation with a politician, and then the question was raised about who the next INEC chairman is going to be, and people were concerned that they don't want a Christian INEC. Do you understand? So, okay, let's not go too far. Between last year and this year, people's shops and houses were destroyed. They were all destroyed mostly in Lagos, you know, and it turned into a tribal, if they turn into a tribal one, are you guys not seeing what's happening on the social media? Or you think it's by accident? Everything is all a fabric. It is a very big fabric. And you want us to ignore it? We can't ignore these things. You know, even down to the genocide, Christian or Muslim genocide. Look at it. Is it not shameful that we don't even have proper security? Now, when you look at all these things, you just realize that people are just doing whatever they like. That is how, you see, we right from pre and after the Civil War, we didn't learn nothing. Nigeria, we didn't learn nothing. Because the thing is, whoever is there is in charge. They delegate, they call who they want to call, they share money. The issue of corruption is not our leaders, our political leaders, the presidency and co. They are the ones that started all these things. And people are saying that, okay, as they're misbehaving, they can do whatever, they can steal money, become a big man before when I enter office. That means I can do the same thing. Local government chairman they followed the part, councillors, governors, you name it, senators. And that has been the fabric of our politics from inception till date. And then people are also complaining about, oh, the system is not effective. Like we don't have a government. We don't have a system that is concurrent in terms of a working, let me put it this way, a working system. By the rest of God, at least the only thing Nigeria is even trying to get right is parking their car, not parking their car aimlessly. If you trace some years back, you know, when Nigeria, within the streets of Nigeria, once you go to a shop, you can just park your car anywhere, leave it, go wherever you want to go and come back. But now, at least we know that we need to park our cars within designated areas. At least we are improving that one small, which is still little or nothing compared to the big picture. It is not good enough. You see, the issue of sanitation, we have people that are involved. We have the Ministry of Environment, right? What are they doing? They have also other committees that are supposed to do a job of sensitization, go from street to street, or meet the people in charge that are supposed to do the needful to say, okay, how can we make sure that this place is the environmental policies strictly adhered to, whereby people cannot throw trash. We had a blueprint in, is it Akwa Ibom or is it Cross River, where they say it's the cleanest state. My question is, why don't you take a clue? Why are we recycling madness? Do you understand? So that is, so at the end of the day, we are still back to the drawing board.
All right.
If we want to move forward as a nation, we need to tell ourselves the bitter truth. Drop some certain, because as it is now, the metrics of Nigeria being progressive is either the Yoruba man steps on the Igbo man, or the Igbo man steps on the Yoruba man, or vice versa. That is how we are moving the nation forward. That is the trajectory we are pushing out. We feel that until each other works against each other, that is the only way we can move as a nation. We don't even have a collective goal as a nation to have our back. The only thing we even get right is football. It's football we get right. Although even the same football too, if you watch this last World Cup,
I need to stop you.
If you watch this last World Cup, you will see that they were almost trying to blame a set of people for either the success or failure of the same football. But of course, we know how this thing plays. So,
answer your own question.
I won't say more
Find
on this.
solutions.
Thank you.
Complaining only. Find
Thank you.
solutions.
Thank you so much. We are running out of time. Jefferson, we can't go there. I said
for us to come together and do the work. Some of us actually trying to do the work, and we are solution oriented. If you check very well, some people in this nation.
Okay, Jefferson, you have spoken enough now. Don't do this. I gave you only 3 minutes. I've spoken for 5 minutes now. I want to end the program so other people can equally have a bite at it. Okay, thank you so much, Jefferson. Jonaba, give me 1 minute. I want to hear from Ngo before you come to you. Yeah, Ngo, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, KJ. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a bit cranky, but yes, we can hear you.
Oh my God. Don't do this. What's wrong?
Check the connection. Check the connection.
Is it better?
No, it's still breaking.
I will log out and come back.
Where is his location?
Yeah. Why you try and change the location while we listen to Janaba?
No. Is it continue or?
Oh no, just your final
It's better.
1 minute.
Oh, okay. Oh, always a pleasure being with you, my brother KJ, and thank you for responding to the other guy when I was not here as a citizen of Benue. Thank you so very much. um, I always think that these UK people should be sanctioned. They should allow the forefathers to come. See, I do not know that. I know he speak like stay humble, jargon, all of that. All of them, these are the mentality that keep Nigerian because these UK people think very narrowly, just like their street is. So they should be suspended from this platform, if I will, because their mentality is very narrow. Yeah, the capture the American was captured by them, but since American left them, they are now just going down the drain, and all the Nigerians, especially those ones that comes here that have encountered so long as they have been coming. They are very narrow-minded. I don't know even if Jefferson is from there. Please, only forefathers should come and hold this thing. The rest of them, they should stay in UK. It's the same mentality that cripple us. Please, OT and the rest of them, they should form their own alliance there. Let's have the American platform and talk, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Janaba. Thank you for that beautiful conclusion. Yes, who has not spoken? Okpabulo, 2028. Is he there? Okpabulo, don't come and say we didn't.
This people is our problem. See who is supporting.
Okay, Ngo, you are here now. Can you try your audio again? Oh, Ngo is gone. Okpabulo is not available. Ify, final thoughts.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Ify, for being here also. Tony, your final thoughts.
Okay, my final thoughts. I don't agree with what Jonathan has said. Just making me laugh. But I think that I think in this platform, we should. I think we should, and I think we're all searching for a solution to make our country better. So, in the view that we express, I think we'll have to be modest about our views, and then we have to watch our language because it doesn't augur well, for this platform provides us an opportunity to interact and fellowship. Some of us have made friends here. So, in trying to grapple with the problems that our country is facing, I think we should be, we disagree. We don't have to all agree, but let us channel all the efforts towards finding a solution and towards moving our country forward. That's my last word. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you. And Obi, 1 minute.
Yeah, KJ, thank you, Jare, and it's worth coming to vent about and see how we could reorient the people. I think the damage they have done to the system is that bad. The system is too monetized. That is why anybody that had left the Western world and said, I want to go back to Nigeria to probably participate, they ended up disappointing us. You could imagine that the systemic thing still was able to swallow them based on the monetization and the way they're structured. If you don't behave like them, you can never, get it to that level. So that part of it is a very difficult angle that we need to work on, how we could break it. That how can a common man actually be in the street and be able to canvass and be able to stand there and lead these people without any influence from these demonic giants that are all over? That's the basic problem. It's so monetized that if you don't join them, you won't be, they will just eliminate you. It's as bad as that. So I think to come back to the revolution thing, the kind of, a new situation that we need to actually pray for or work on or be able to see how we could navigate it to achieve it. Going through the same process to go and be able to change the system, I'm sure it's going to be after our generation. Believe you me. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, OBE. Appreciate it. Jefferson, 1 minute. One. NONE. 1 minute.
Okay, I'll summarize real quick. Jonaba, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm more Nigerian than most people here. I'm looking out for the best interest of Nigeria. But you see, the truth of the matter is that what we should be truth to we should say the truth at all cost, even if it costs us our very existence, which we don't do most times. If you look very carefully, we are not being objective. We cannot keep on pretending and say everything is okay when everything is not okay. So that is just what I feel. If you watch now, where we are right now is Nigerians, we are lying to ourselves. So we need to start telling ourselves the truth and also atone for the past. A nation that wants to move forward, we atone for their past mistakes, see where they got wrong, and move forward and see how they can do things different. So, because if we don't do that, I'm sorry, there's no way we can make any progress. That's my own submission. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much. Forefather, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Obe said something that hit that I heard. He said, it appears nobody is doing anything about it. And that's the feeling you get on the ground. Like nobody's really doing anything to fix the nation properly. You don't get a feeling somebody's really doing anything. You see things happening, but it doesn't change what's on the ground. Everything seems messy, disjointed, and disorganized. And it's beginning to become a shame on all of us, to the point where African countries are laughing at us. What is the Igbo man going to do anymore? When even African countries are beginning to laugh at Nigeria. And it pisses me off to no end, because Nigerians are actually good people. And that's the sad thing about it. Some of it, the records Nigeria have, I don't know how many nations that have them. The peacekeeping, the affording people cheap energy, helping people. The people that Nigerians have helped on this continent, you can't count. And yet, we within ourselves, we do everything to self-flagellate and glance at it constantly. Sooner or later, we have to start supporting people that are actually looking to do something about it. Because this political shenanigan that is going on in Nigeria right now, they are not serious people. I don't understand how ADC is doing what they are doing there. P2B is running around all over the place. The entire thing, they are just allowing Tinubu to run the whole place down. They just allow him to run everything. This guy shouldn't even have the right to be president. He got 37% of the vote and still managed to win because of this. Our people, I don't know, man. We are quite an unlucky bunch. We elect old people into office repeatedly that are sick. At least Trump at least he can talk and he's troublesome. We are not making trouble for anybody. All we just do is say yes sir to everybody. I'm getting fed up of this, and I really hope that many Nigerians are really getting to the top of their neck, because the reason why we don't do that is because every time we want to do something, it becomes about tribalism, it becomes about religion. Instead of us to actually hold these people accountable, all of them are in the north, east, west, south, all of them. All of them are part of it. We have to hold all of them accountable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, forefathers. Thank you for that conclusion. Ngo, you have 3 minutes. I'm giving you 3 minutes because you have been trying to get in and not getting in. So 3 minutes to make it.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. I hope my it's not as bad as when I was using the phone. I didn't want to come in, but when I heard Four Fridays had just arrived in Nigeria and he was talking about his ordeal, I felt I needed to log on and just commiserate with him. Nigeria's situation is very sad. I don't know if we have hit rock bottom yet, but I think if there is another pit to dig, I think then we're in big trouble. The main thing I would like to say is people like to talk about issues with regards to religion and ethnicity and just brush it off as if it's not important. I think part of the problems, part of the reason why we are here today is because of religion and ethnicity. First Republic was truncated, and subsequently we've had many issues. We went to a war for 3 years based on ethnicity and other factors. We've had coup and counter coups. We've voted across religious lines. In fact, some people have been targeted and killed at the moment strictly because of the Middle East religion they believe in, something that is not something that is Asian to us. So I think we can't separate religion and things like ethnicity with our current reality. Just recently, I heard a minister in Tinubu's cabinet. She said that a Muslim, Fulani, Kanuri, or Hausa person has to be on a ticket, either as a president or vice president, for anything to work. And it kind of struck me that, okay, that the minorities in the North were in truth not really minorities, because when you combine their population, they are quite significant. Close to 60 million people or so do not have an opportunity to be any other thing apart from numbers. So all those things, and then when you come to the South, you can see how ethnicity has completely divided the country. So all those things accumulate and they end up with a group of people that do not buy into the country. For Nigeria to make progress, there has to be that buy-in. There has to be that sense of ownership in the country. And people simply don't care anymore. People don't care because most of them do not have a voice and they cannot be allowed to express themselves. And because they feel that there is an idiot up there, sorry, I don't want to demonetize this channel, that is just basically there to eat and engulf wealth and do not care about the rest of the people. And so you end up with people that have lost interest in the country, the people that are all man for himself. And that's why when people get into offices, they want to embezzle. Corruption has become endemic. So there's no running away from it. I think, how do we solve the problem? I think the first thing we have to do is to discuss what sort of society do we want to live in. And we keep running away from this thing. Nobody wants to take the bull by the horn. I think that's what we need to do. For time, I will just hang up here and
okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for trying to round up also, because I know time is pressed. We're supposed to end the show in 3 hours, but we have done 3 hours 28 minutes, which means that I won't have any salary for this month. So, CM, if you can give us only 3 minutes, so we can round up. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I can swear to give me a question. I didn't. Thank you, KJ. Sorry, I couldn't make it to Odinkalu's session. I tried as I could. My system keep logging me out. So, what I will only ask is, if you give me a direction, tickle me in one direction, then let me see what I can say. Since you are rounding up.
Okay, you can actually round up or talk about what Odinkalu spoke about, all the Soludo market brouhaha, or the last topic was the president of Turkey addressing Nigerian president as the president of Islamic Republic of Nigeria. Any of those topics you can take on, and we are saying, why didn't the Bola Tinubu say correct that on the spot, saying
he didn't do that. To be fair, he didn't do that precisely. He just talked about the Islamic world. He didn't say Islamic Republic of Nigeria. He didn't do that.
What are you saying, poor father? You want me to play the listing?
You have the video. Show us the video now.
Okay, I'm rounding up, but we'll make it a topic if you want. Go ahead, sir.
Anyway, let me talk about.
Hold on, just to add a bit. You see, sometimes when we come to this channel, the same things we say. You people push back, and when you push back, and later on it is published and it is brought to you see it yourself. Unfortunately, I'm now tired of pushing back because I just let you people meet the truth out there. Most of what was said.
Because when you want to make such a claim, you want to present the evidence directly, because it's a very, very incendiary claim you are making. You are saying that the foreign leader is calling Nigeria an Islamic Republic.
And
that's an incendiary statement.
So by making this statement now,
that's facts. It was done.
It's new to you, father.
Not
true. Wow. Okay, please go ahead, Sam.
Okay, play it now. Just use this time to play.
No, I can't go
talk. Just you can. If you have it, play it. I think that is should be more educative than whatever we say. Hello, KJ. If the video is ready, play it. That's okay. Let's learn. It may make more sense than whatever we say. I wanted to lash Soludo further.
I don't want to go
on the way he handled the Okay. So on this Soludo matter and the honest, I think we've already most of us are in agreement that the way he handled it shouldn't have been. There's no need for all those threats. Nobody is at war. Inviting soldier against protest. No, all those things should be stopped. It should be stopped. You don't. As a governor, that's where I lost interest. Yes, you go and dialogue with them. After all, the Enugu also IPOB issued a letter that they never asked anybody to stay at home. It's as simple as that. The Directorate of State. So who is cashing in on all those type of thing and trying to cause mayhem. Soludo should not fall for that type of thing. He's better informed. Okay, people will lose sales for one day, which is Monday. Now you made them to lose 1 week. Is that not counterproductive? It is. So that is where people are saying no. You got it wrong. The way the approach is very bad. It's agberoic, like some people may say. It is. So yes, it's agberoic. Even when he's not wearing jeans and t-shirts. So why be and the trainers? And they wrapped one roll of Indian hemp. So
that's your governor. That's your governor.
Yeah. Now, of course, he's even next door. He's from my local government. Safe. Agawata, we all come from. So the thing is, the way he handled. That's what people are saying. That is pointless. It doesn't mean because since IPOB has issued a letter telling him that look, all these things they're not doing it in our name. And all those things that wins the case. So the case is clear. So why all this drama of you level the down, you start it's uncalled for. It's uncalled for. That's why people are still blaming. Today is already Monday by UK time.
Okay.
Who knows what will happen today? And we don't want any bloodshed. That's what I don't want.
Hold on. Please listen to this audio.
See how this headline captured it. It says, breaking Turkish President Erdogan calls Nigeria Islamic nation in tweet detailing pact signed with Tinubu government. So he tweeted about the deal that Turkey entered with Nigeria. And in that tweet, he said Nigeria is an Islamic nation. So some people actually went to Grok. Grok is the Twitter AI to translate his tweet because he actually tweeted it in his language. Now, this is what Grok said. Nigeria is a country of strategic importance with which we maintain close cooperation on many issues concerning the Islamic world, especially Palestine, within the framework of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the G8. So this man is actually saying that Nigeria is an Islamic nation. Now, somebody who understood his language also translated it in human form. This is the translation. This person said, this is the direct translation of what the Turkish president tweeted. The only reason for affiliation and cooperation with Nigeria is because they see Nigeria as an Islamic nation. And of course, Nigeria is a member of OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So don't swear it. So this is actually what he tweeted.
You see, sometimes when these things are said, and this is not only media that reported this news, all the medias in Abuja and Lagos said about it.
You are going too far. Check the link I posted. You will see it for yourself.
There's no need to even go far. So sometimes when you say these things, they bring their brouhaha here and come and begin to argue with you, and they won't even check the facts. Go ahead. I'll see and conclusion. I can close.
Okay. Since and in that case, let me this studio. I mean, what Jefferson posted here. Please, KJ, take note of it. Maybe in subsequent this thing you are presenting, you can always refer to it and then you play it, because I know that those that may like to hear it, some of them may not be here because some of this hard evidence. You can keep it strong. So what I'm saying is that in effect, the way Soludo handled the Onitsha issue, everybody is condemning it. There is no point. I always say that it is better to hear that the people defeated their leader than the leader defeated his people. I mean, as in the Igbo, if you chop your brother for supper, you are still hungry. You haven't belly food now, so there's no need for that. Soludo cannot be flexing muscles, call them and talk down on people. These are millionaires. These are where he collects his tax. Thousands of people depend on main market to feed. When you now want to show braggadocio that you have power, you lock them even for 1 week. I mean, for what is uncalled for. If it's uncalled for, there's a way to handle this type of thing. Behind closed doors, you dialogue. These are your people. You dialogue with them. What do they need? You tell them. And to come and show people the world that you are in charge. How many more years then you get out? So is that why you should come and worry people? At any point, I always side with the people. They say they empower tussle. Don't side with the powerful. Always start. Huh?
No, I want to thank you, for that position. Thank you so much. I think that was the position that the professor took, Professor Odinkalu, and I think you are spot on. I think you are spot on.
Yeah, it's true. Even we said it yesterday. I said there's really no this. I prefer. I mean, all of us. You can always agree that what will be news is that the people defeated their leader in an argument. That's why the people, not the leader defeated the people. You say one person now. What is it? You have the power. You have the police. You can summon anything. But one thing he forgot to know is that as an economist, more than 1,000 people, that is individually, are doing business there, and then up to 10,000 dependents on those people again. In fact, main market is the largest employer of labor in Anambra State. No industry employs more people than that. If you count Innocent, you count Chikasin and all those ones, Kutix in Nnewi, Axis, you go to Headbridge Onitsha. Look, that market is the short. It's like industry on its own. So when you shut it down, you are cutting your nose to spite your face. Okay, what if you now come and they go and tell the people, look, I won't pay tax. I will remove that I didn't do. Then you start, no, Soludo didn't. I do not support his approach. There should have been a better way. You go behind, and then the people will sort it out. Everybody will mellow down, because that is what you do. You want people, business life must continue. Than for you to now go and say, look, start a call press conference, speak Asro Ivobago, Asro Ivobada, Asro guy, all those ones. Who are you impressing? People go down, they laugh at you. I'm not happy about that. Well,
okay.
KJ, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Adama is here. Let me yield to her. But
yes,
Adama, I yield my time to you, so you are owing me in case next time you pay me back.
Yes, Dr. CM, there was
Okay, go ahead, Adamo.
No, I had a question for Dr. CM and for those of us that reside from the state of Anambra State. And I want us, when we're having this conversation, can we be broad and
Is it
let's be
only me?
realistic?
You are muted though. I don't know whether it's me.
Oh, can you hear me?
Somebody tell
Dr.
her
CM,
she's muted. Or is it me?
can you hear me?
Adama, continue.
Yeah, we can hear you. CM is you. It's you that we can hear that one. Check
Can
your.
you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Adama, sorry, I didn't get the question. If you don't mind, because I mean, can you
The question I
recap
have
or
for those of us that reside in Anambra
this my
State,
network?
Dr. CMC network ga na-ehepụ kwa mata o Chineke na network ga makwa m ihe a ga-emekwa network ga ndị a nọ UK network ga awụkwa ya atọ.
Dr. Adama, do you want to contribute?
Adamu enyere m aka na so
CM, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. So yes, I can hear you now.
Why can't you hear Adama then?
Yes.
If in there mama dalu so.
I don't see Adam only.
Okay, Adama, while CM trying to sort that out, I'll go to forefather interference. Forefather interference, you have 3 minutes.
Uncle KJ, we're not saying about forefather interference.
I'm coming back to you.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead.
You muted me now. That's why.
Go ahead, forefather interference. We can't hear you.
Islamist, we can't hear him more. Speak.
Jefferson's Zoike. Jesus Christ.
You know they see what the guy they talk.
It doesn't matter now for Jefferson. Okay, why you are sorting out? I can't see here. We can't see here. Why you are sorting out? Let's go to Adama. Sort out your audio. We'll come back to you. All right.
Okay, greetings everyone. For those of our viewers that are watching, please click on the thumbs up. Yes, my name is Dr. Adama, and if you see me on this on the chat, on the comment section, please click on the lights up and click on the $ to subscribe to what we're doing. Like and share so that our program can be seen all over the world, so that people can see what we're doing in this program. And I want to thank you, Mr. KJ, Mr. Ton, Ify, my lovely sister, Dr. CM, Jefferson. Hi, the name in the middle. Come have a so neck again. Hi, a book of glass. Sir, I'm sorry.
Next,
I'm sorry. So no, I like admitting him now. So I just want, to. I don't know. I don't like calling people by their wrong names. But this is why I came in. I want us to have a balanced conversation while we're talking about this. Yes, we've heard of what the Anambra governor did about closing the markets and everything. So my question to Dr. CM and Ify and people who are Anambra State indigenous that can give us Jefferson Amakwa maybe. I won't want Abia States. Raise up your hand, Abia State indigenous. Yes, this is us. So the point we're trying to make is here. Dr. CM, as the governor of Anambra State, I know they have a right to do things that we as citizens may not know of. So, in as much as we don't agree with what he's doing, so please, could you touch on the right of the Anambra State governor, his own rights as a governor, not us as a citizen? Because what I've been seeing in all media is saying what he can do, he cannot do. Can we touch on the base of the Anambra governor as a governor of an elected state? what his rights are and what he's entitled to do as a governor that we as citizens might not know as our rights. When I say as our right, because the average Nigerian, I don't think they know what their rights are. So compared to me, who is here in the diaspora, who knows my rights, left from right. So Dr. CM, Ify, Uncle Tone, Uncle KJ, the rest of our panelists, for further interference, I might be no. When I get one that's I will if just not quite even. So that's where I stand, Dr. CM. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I know that the show is over, but
you...
since Adama is a very powerful person, let's allow CM to answer that question.
To be honest with you, I will, Adam, if you don't mind, let me defer to Ify, because sometimes myself I learn this one. Let me defer to Ify. Ify, please take it up, please.
Ada, please, if you don't mind, repeat your question. I was busy doing something else. What was your question?
For those of us that said what the governor of Anambra did was wrong, as a governor of a state, what are his rights that he can implement that doesn't sit well with the citizens of Anambra State? Could you please highlight that so we can have a balanced conversation? When we say the governor did this and did that, let us balance it out with what his rights as a governor is to the states.
Are you talking about this in a sane society or in an insane society?
Because both. He was elected. He was elected.
All right. I mean, Nigeria is the country. Anambra is the country of particular concern. Likewise, Nigeria is a country of particular concern. Nobody is saying that. I don't know if you were listening earlier. We are not saying, because like I said earlier, I have brothers that trade. I live at Onitsha. I grew up in Onitsha. My parents still live there. And like I told Professor Chidi Odinkalu, I just got back from Nigeria. When you ask people why they don't want to go back, they will tell you it's because of the safety. Anything can happen. Nobody's saying that they don't want to go back. So in terms of you talking about rights, I don't know if it is something practical in this country called Nigeria, because I don't know whether we have rights or not. I don't even know what if governors, if they have rights or, because what I see that is happening in Nigeria is bullying type of government, if there is anything like that, bullying type of government. So that's what this guy is doing. There are so many ways he can resolve this. Like I said earlier, Ada, yes, everybody, as an Igbo person, we all want to go make money. Monday is usually their busiest day, for them to do business. So you can imagine how much these people are losing. If Soludo really wants these people to trade, Soludo should come on Monday and bring all his security. My brother said that the day Soludo came to Onitsha, Soludo's security alone cost problem. The traffic Soludo's security cost. So what I'm saying is this. I'm not talking about whether he has the right or whether the citizens. If I'm a businessman, you can't tell me when to open my shop and when not to open my shop, because it is my business. We live in a country where things work. In America, nobody, or in a diaspora or in a sane society, no governor will come and address the citizens like he did. I said that the difference between this guy and MC Omolo, Soludo, is that he is the educated MC Omolo. Because if not, tell me how you're going to address people like that. And you say you went to school and you say that you are governor. Is this how you're going to protect your citizens without giving them security? Why is it so difficult for him to give these people security? If there is security, trust me, they will all go back to main market. So that is all they're asking. They're not asking for too much. And this is not an issue of rights and citizens, the rights of the citizens or the rights of the government. No, provide security for these people. And you will see them, they will go back. And the reason why they're afraid, if anything happens, God forbid, we will come here and it will be a different conversation. So it's not going to do anything other than I condole with the family that lost their people or person, and case closed, and we're not going to do anything about it. So I disagree with you.
If you, and I will just say this to you. What is going on in Anambra State is they are looking for an occasion to raise another insecurity in Anambra State, because since the outgone, hey, I'm having a conversation with the boy. Since the outgone of the government of Buhari, the Tinubu government stopped paying those machinery that was operating in the east. So there's nobody to cause confusion again. So they are looking for an occasion to say the people of Onitsha are no longer behaving well, and they will send in the army, just like he tried to do. And when the army go there, they're not going to look for who is right or who is wrong. They begin to just do whatever they want to do on the people. If you say as a governor you are losing 8.1 billion every Monday, and then the people are not coming to their shop, and the best idea is to shut it down for 1 week. So if in one day you are losing 8.1 billion, and then you shut it down for 1 week, how much would that be? As an economist, have you taken the best of actions? Why didn't you say to the people, why are you people not opening? And the people tell you there's a security problem. You came with 2 armor tanks. Those armor tanks you brought, why didn't you say, okay, every Monday, this armor tank, this is my security I brought today. One will be on this side, this will be, and the army will be everywhere, so that those who want to come to the market will come. Why didn't you do that? Since you EGC along, since you are OGC along, why didn't you do that? You see,
Okay,
these are the things we are saying.
KJ, I understand what you're saying. This is what I want to say, why I came in. If the people of the South can sit on Monday sit at home for how long? I don't know how long. And I'm saying this to be transparent. What is wrong with the governor coming in and saying, okay, sit at home for as long as you want, based on his own terms and condition? The only difference is that his terms and condition doesn't suit the people. So let's have a balanced conversation here. As a governor, if you're elected in the state of Georgia, wherever you are, there is a right as a governor you have to take
force
out on
people to work.
hold on now, Uncle G. I said to you, the people of Abia State, the state me and you belong to, including Anambra, all of these states, Imo states, they sat at home for how long? I sit at home under the name of Nnamdi Kalu. So Dr. Soludo, whatever his the governor is, came in and said, okay, what I want you guys to sit at home based on this thing or whatever he took. I want people to go back to Ingengen Media. Ingengen Media did a coverage on Wednesday or Thursday, if I'm not wrong. He brought in someone, and that man spoke so eloquently. It was a balanced conversation where you can see people who work for Anambra government and the people, where they broke it down and said, he as a governor has the right to come in and say, oh, I want to shut down the state at a particular this thing. So all I'm here to say, as we are having this conversation, let's have a balanced conversation where we as the people can say, if the South people, the East, the South people are sat at home for whatever, for Nnamdi Kalu or whatever we're promoting. And Governor Soludo is saying, okay, Onobiaziwa Basit is there at home till whenever I want you guys to go back to market.
No, it's not his right. I just want to stop you there. You see,
okay.
let's
I think the governor is testing boundaries.
It's not his right. Apart from that, the other people didn't Mba of Enugu State try it. How did it end with him? Did the people stop doing that? No. All you need to do, if you are an intelligent man like Oti did, is to offer the people security. So okay, we know that, because we know that the people operating in the east are not Igbos. That we know that they are hired mercenaries, as they are trying to do now. They are trying to do it again. I'm saying it here now. They are trying to do it again. So now, those people we know, and so when that money was cut off, that disturbance was no longer there. Abia State, Alex Oti made sure he spoke to the people, and they were able to fish out those who are disturbing the community. And everybody is doing whatever they want to do. So if you go to Imo State, Abia State right now, those who are sitting at home, which they are still doing every Monday, they're still doing it. Not everybody opens, but they're not stopping anybody if you want to open. But people still sit at home. Adama, I want to let you know that there's nothing the Igbo people will see now that will be too much. All our parents lost everything they had. They are not giving 20 pounds. There's nothing we will see now that will be too much. So let nobody tell us what Soludo is doing is trying to please his puppet masters. Okay? He wants to show that he has muzzled the Anambra people into doing what he wants so that he can use that at his bait, at his chest when he's demanding that he should be given the opportunity to run for presidency. He's looking for a next job. That's what he's looking for. And he's going to be disappointed because you don't coerce Igbos. I say it again on this channel. You do not coerce the Igbos. You negotiate with them. You sit down and say, this is why we should do this. Nobody coerce anybody. I was telling Chim here, the richest man in my community couldn't coerce anybody to give him chief. The day he came to do his money, they told him that the person they're going to give chief was the guy who didn't even have apart from going to secondary school, he didn't even have any position. He wasn't even working. That's the person they put him to contest against, and they flooded the richest man. They didn't give him. They voted a young man to be chief to go and represent us. We are not here to celebrate money. So you don't coerce the people. You just tell them the reason and they will support you. Don't try to come and lie to us that you are doing that. Since when? You Soludo went to Nnamdi Kanu that now have become your enemy to seek to get elected. You are the one presenting paper when you are doing a book review of I've forgotten the book title you are reviewing, where you say that the elite of the Igbo land need to sit together to understand the cause of the agitation, which at that time before you became governor, you saw it as reasonable. Now you become governor, it's no longer reasonable, it's no longer something that we looked at. One Nigeria is best for all of us because you are now sitting on top of the honey pot. Abi? That is always the issue of the elite of Igbo land. It's not a new thing, so it's not even the first person. But
can I just add one thing?
Yes, please.
I think his problem is communication. He didn't communicate. You know, he had a good intention, but he didn't properly communicate with the people in the way that makes sense. And two, he also speaks of relationship. I think he has a relationship problem with the people he's governing. Those two things, I think that's also part of the problem.
And I want to put it on record. Adam, anytime you see anybody who is a non-Igbo praising an Igbo man, that's because the person is dancing to their own tune. They don't praise the people who are not. I'm telling you, I lived in
majority of them.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
No. Tell me one.
This one I asked my question. Dr. CM kept quiet and said, Adama, so I want to hear from him.
Okay, no, I want to.
Adam, okay, let me say this. Because of your request, you see, perception is much more important than reality.
Yep.
If P2B is faced with this situation, he will handle it differently and will achieve the same result that Soludo want to achieve. So I don't know. Am I coming out? I don't know because this
we can hear you.
network. I don't know whether I'm coming.
We hear you. We hear you.
I just not manage to get the.
Can hear you. I don't know why your communication.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. CM. We can hear you. Internet is not.
Do something now. Do something. Do something for it. Do something for that. Our people, the Igbo people say anybody will go on and make it pay papa. No be the first son. I ain't go carry everything. Say anybody will get on make it bury him papa. That's what Igbos they talk. It doesn't mean saying a first son go do it. So what I'm saying is that if P2B is faced with this problem, the way he will handle it will be different, but he will achieve the same result. That's what we are saying. So it has to do with Soludo's, that braggadocio. That's why people are now using opportunity to say anything. He shouldn't do that. The main thing is that IPOB has issued a letter that they did not. Nobody is doing it on their behalf. So that is apart from that. Now, Soludo now trying to ride the wave of popularity to show that you're a big man, they can flex muscle. You may think he's making a point, but invariably he's dragging his reputation to the mud. That's what we are saying. I think from what KJ told you, Maybe somebody is beating drum for him to go and deal with your people, because that is where it starts. In Imo State, Hope Uzodinma has to go and invite military to be shooting people at Yolo for no just cause. People selling banana. These people see it in a market square and they are like shooting people, live bullet, live ammunition. In the end, who is he trying to satisfy? Moving those that gave him first position from number 4. So we know all these things, but like KJ said, and I agree. So if you keep Soludo and P2B any day, no matter what P2B, I mean Soludo will do, Ndibo will go for P2B, even Alex Oti before Soludo, because you can't coerce Ndibo. You can't. They are Republicans. You rule Ndibo by conviction, not because somebody send you to come out. You can't. Man, the kind of was just conviction. He never saw. That's why what he says, people saw it. People that are not in the are concerned with him. They said all his prophecies have come to pass. So that is what we are saying. Soludo should be able to handle something in a very matured way. He's a professor, and the economics for that matter. In the end, you are an economist, and you in attempt to correct. Maybe you want people to come and make profit on Monday. Yet you've denied them the opportunity of making profit for 4 days. Is that not counterproductive? How do you explain that? How as an economist? Because I lost my profit on Monday, you can't. You now mean that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I shouldn't come and make profit. So, but you're an economist, and you want me to pay tax to your government. No, Soludo messed up big time, to be honest.
Okay,
Messed up.
gentlemen,
I can't slice it any other way. He messed up big time. Adama, that is my take. Then later we'll talk about the other one. Thank you.
Because Adama, you brought up this topic that have taken another 1 hour. So you are going to pay me money. I'll send my account.
What did I do now? I just came in. No, what did I
I'll
do?
send my account.
Mr. Tony, let me exit easily, please. Let me exit.
So don't all right, let's hear from I speak the truth.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
All
yes.
right, thank you. First of all, Jefferson, you don't get sense. So, but yeah, Adama, you're head on your own. I don't thought anything bad now.
Just ignore Jefferson. Jefferson is one of us. He's just a cover up when it comes down here. Don't even listen to Jefferson. I know everybody's logging this thing when they come to the comment section. Jefferson is one of us, so don't let that fool you. Thank you.
Yeah. KJ. Oh yeah, definitely. I wish KJ would come back, and I wish Forefathers was here, because it was based on what y'all brought up. So for the rest of us, I just want us, we got to be careful when we say certain things. So this is regarding the claim that Erdogan called Nigeria an Islamic country. He never did that. So I'm going to read verbatim. I already posted it in the comment section, and I'll tell you where the mistake is coming from. So what Erdogan said was, he said, Nigeria is a country of strategic importance, with which we maintain close cooperation on many issues concerning the Islamic world, especially Palestine, within the framework of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the G8. He never said Nigeria was an Islamic country. This is verbatim what he tweeted, the translation from Turkish, which that lady read, but of course she misrepresented what he said. Now, this is where I think the confusion is coming from. There is a channel on X called IR_military. So what that channel does is it promotes Iranian military news. It is not affiliated with the IRGC, the Iranian government, or the Iran country itself. It is a privately run channel. What the person wrote was, Muslim country Nigeria is the first customer of Turkey's Steel Dome, the air defense equipment. So it wasn't Erdogan that said Nigeria is a military country, and he never even alluded to that. So I just think knowing the kind of situation, the precarious religious situation we have in Nigeria, we have to be very, very careful when we make this kind of statements. This is what I came on to just explain. And KJ, thank you for accepting me, because I know the time is already gone.
Okay, thank you so much. And I also want to say that what you said, I do not agree, because you're not the only one. The Nigerian media has already carried these things. This thing, the news when it broke, and it was well explained. The other bloggers in Nigeria also carried it, so you can't be the only one who knows how to interpret what he said. By the way,
no, but it's right there. It's right there. We can read it. Everybody can read it.
On his page, it was he who tweeted it out. So I don't know why you got your own, but I think Jefferson also sent us something here, which you
it's right here. I just don't want to show my paper. It's right here. I'm reading it from here.
So what if you are giving your own interpretation, and you are free to do that? Let me say something, and I mean what I'm saying. This is the reason why we are where we are, because when the first issue of his OIC, I remember it very well because it was well debated in our school that time. When the issue of OIC first came, that was something they said. They said, "Oh no, Nigeria was not just mentioned. It was just a mention of Nigeria. We're not member. It was because Nigeria just went there and they mentioned Nigeria just as a passing, because Nigeria was just an observer. Today, we're a full member. Nobody told us when we went from observer to becoming a full member. So all that shenanigan that we hear from them before, we no longer will tolerate it. We will believe what we believe and we'll do what we want to do. That's the truth. And I'm sorry to say, but that's where I stand. We have come to the point that we have to call those spades without any mentioning word and without being afraid of anybody. That's the truth. And I want to also say again, as an Igbo man, the Igbo land will never be Islamic. It will not be Islamized.
Well, but KJ, listen, this is it. Everybody can read it. It is on Twitter. You can read it. No. It does not say anything about Nigeria being an Islamic state. He said they cooperate with Palestine and the Islamic world. He never said it is an Islamic country.
Different from every other one.
This is Erdogan's. No, this is Erdogan's page. This is Erdogan's page right here. This is Erdogan himself. That's his page. So everybody can go read it. That's why I said we just got to stop with misconceptions and misinterpretations, because Nigeria is on a precipice. You know, things can easily inflame. But you can't just make claims like that. It'll make certain people angry. We got to be careful.
The OIC,
you know what I mean? We got
the OIC and the, what they call it?
The D8, the D8.
At the D8 or whatever you call it, all those things.
Are not all Islamic nations?
Yeah, listen. Well, no, well, for the OIC, of course, is an Islamic organization, but what we're arguing, let's just be factual here.
No.
We're arguing.
This we're talking about. Let's talk about it now.
Right. So what we're arguing, or what we're discussing, is not if they are Islamic organization, if the OIC is not an Islamic organization or not. It is an Islamic organization, but the D8 is not entirely an Islamic organization. But that's not what we're arguing. We're arguing about Erdogan's statement. KJ, let me learn. What we're arguing is Erdogan's statement. Did he or didn't he call Nigeria an Islamic state? And as things stand, he did not. He didn't even imply it. And that is not, I mean, come on, anybody that has a basic comprehension level can see that. That was never implied at all.
I don't have basic comprehension level.
I'm not talking about you, but you know what I'm saying. You know.
I'm not the one who maybe sometimes when I meet you, you teach me how to comprehend.
Okay, I can't hear.
All right. Having said that, I think we have given him the opportunity to put his own. The rest is everybody there to go out and do your research. whether that's said or not. But I still stand by what the Nigerian media have talked about on it, because
it affects your claim that Nigeria is moving towards to be an Islamic country.
Well, whether it is or whether it's not, Jefferson, I'm not going to dispute whether it is or whether it's not. What I'm saying is the statement as it stands does not say that. That's just the bottom line. So maybe Nigeria...
Why I have a problem with what you're saying is this. The particular radio station I talked about it even got somebody that speaks the language and interpreted it in the context of what they had said, and said the same thing. We have concluded that he said the reason for the cooperation is because they is an Islamic nation. Now what?
Listen. Whether that's right or whether that's wrong, I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing and what I'm standing on is the claim that Erdogan called Nigeria an Islamic country. And I'm saying again that he did not. So if your feeling is that Nigeria is moving towards being an Islamic state, I'm not going to dispute that. And if Jefferson's position is that, well, these are all things to make Nigeria Islamist, I'm not disputing that. I'm disputing your claim and Jefferson's claim and the lady's claim that Erdogan categorically called Nigeria an Islamic country, and the evidence we have before us right now says he did not. That's what I'm saying.
So Boom Boom Ray, with that being said, I heard what you said. So what is your stand in all the whole comments, regardless of what was being said? What a point are you trying to put across to every one of us, so we understand where you're coming from?
Oh, my point is that he did not say it. That's my point. My point is the statement was never made. The accusations, they both said that Erdogan called Nigeria an Islamic country, and the tape he played and the lady said that. And I'm saying no, based on the translation she read, which is this, she read this for us. He never said that. And it's
okay, what I want to remind every one of us on this platform, I think we need to be mindful of. We've played these religious things for so long that is divided us, that is only pushing us apart, that we need to be realistic with what we are saying. All he's doing is that these people who are in the place of position know the cards they need to bring out when it's time for them to get re-elected, and push their narrative. And for those people that want to fall for it, will go for it. So what I'm saying, regardless of where you stand, Muslim, Christian, at the end of the day, we are one Nigeria. Let's be clear about that. Regardless of where you stand. If anything, the prayer, what we always say is that may Nigeria never happen to any one of us. So I don't think when Nigeria want to happen to any one of us, they'll ask you if you're a Muslim or a Christian. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Right.
All right. I'll close also on that. And I want to say this. You see, person when snake bite, if you see mosquito lizard in the wrong way, far away. We have seen these things played over and over. Adama, listen to me. We have seen it played over and over and over and over. And at the end of the day, that thing we are still saying it will end up there. So, you remember, if you follow the news, Nigerian news last week, you found out that they are now going to include Islamic accounting system into our federal system of accounting. Did you follow that information?
Yeah, exactly.
They say they are now going to introduce Islamic accounting system.
But KJ, let me ask you. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. What do you, and I appreciate, I like the fact that you always are open to things like this. What do you understand as the Islamic accounting system?
I don't want to understand it. The one we have been doing since, it has brought us where we have brought us.
So let me tell you one very, very pertinent thing about it. It is modeled after a law in the Bible. It is the main thing about let me just like, so the main thing about the Islamic accounting system is that it does not allow for usury. The main thing is they don't ask for interest. And I'm not promoting it. I'm just trying to explain to you so we don't just get fearful all the time unnecessarily. Would you rather get a loan and the bank tells you pay back when you can? Or would you rather do it the Western Christian way, where you probably will go into debt, lose your house and all your belongings, file for bankruptcy, trying to pay the loan before you even trying to pay the interest on the loan before you even reach the original loan?
And
So
can I
these are
answer a
things.
question? Boom, boom, Ray. This is what I would like to do. I would like to go watch the Grammy with a chill bottle of wine. Go
Even my
have a
wife
good
told me to come
one.
watch the Grammy.
Yes, yes. So that whatever is happening, at least I vision myself at the Grammy. Let's see who will
Right.
win. Good night,
Yeah.
everyone. Thank
All right,
you.
good night.
All right, let's leave it there. We'll find a better time to discuss this. Forefather, since
Goodbye,
you are
Adam.
forefather
Adam, bye
interference
bye.
now, we will talk about it because I've been
Right, right, right.
interference with forefather. We need to talk about it. Maybe you can explain to us why that name. All
Right,
right,
right.
that is eventually going to be the end of this. This very useful, very insightful, very heartwarming discussion. And here, these are our opinions. We're not here to attack anybody. For those of you who have been sent agents of government, we're not here to. Yeah, we have to make it very clear. These are individual opinions. We're not speaking on behalf of anybody. We're speaking on behalf of ourselves. And so, if you have any question, please just remember that these are our personal views, and we have the right to own it. Having said that, we want to say good night. Thank you so much for everybody who supported us. Please, if you have not liked the broadcast, go ahead and like the broadcast. It will help us. It will help the channel also reach more people so that we can have more coming into view. The more the merrier. I thank you, Joseph, for your support. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Oscar
Tony,
Black.
CM, KJ,
Thank you so much.
Jefferson, good night.
Thank you so much. And then also we
Yeah,
thank
good night,
Blackstone, Oscar Blackstone
Ray.
so much. You really, really, really support us. God bless you all. We really appreciate all your kindness. And then everybody who has been with us since we started since 12 noon till now. I seen NDBC behind, but on NDBC we're already too late. I'm sorry, but we see, acknowledge you, and we really appreciate your coming, your time, and your treasure. We already 1 hour 15 minutes, late for signing off. So I need to sign off so that Rudolph will allow me to host again. CM, thank you so much for being here. I know it's quite late in your time, but you still hang out. Thank you. Thank you, Jefferson, for being here and your all your comments and contribution.
We need to
Tony,
discuss
thank you.
100 billion to Biafrans. Let's discuss that one later. It's
Okay.
very
Please text me what you want to discuss. We'll discuss it. Tony, thank you so much. Thank you for being here and all your contributions. We really appreciate it. You guys are the ones holding the channel up, because if we open the channel and we're the only ones talking, I'm sure that after a while we'll run out of ideas. But you guys have been wonderful. Boom Boom Ray, or otherwise Forefather Interference, and Dr. Adama and my sister Ife. Thank you so much for all your coming, and all those Ngo and the ones I cannot remember now. Thank you for all coming. Forefather, yes, was here too. Thank you. Everybody on the keyboard, we thank you. For those, that guy who said my tie is Fulani Cutlass. That I've not heard that before, but thank God I have a Fulani Cutlass tie. I thought it was a good time. So,
it's a nice time. It's a nice time.
Well,
It's shiny.
he said it's a Fulani Cutlass tie. Just come and let's enjoy it together. Let's if it's the jabbing that is your own, it's okay. It's welcome. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I appreciate all of you. And on that note, I would say let's call it a good night. And I have this my uncle. I don't know whether I hope they will one day call me for to order, but our uncle will send us out. So thank you all and have a good night rest.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,1,000,000,000 911 billion, 844 billion, 1 trillion. This money is too much for me.